Так. Чатик, вы тут? Ответьте мне. У меня почему-то Good Game Player не запускается. Ну, потому что он тупая параша не работающая, но это отдельный разговор. Лучше стало, не лучше? Давайте, озвучьте мысли. Вроде получше стало. Отвратительно или не сильно отвратительно? Ну, вопрос не в картинке, а как бы смотреть это можно или не особо. Самое смешное, что я снизил на практически полностью качество графона. И, честно сказать, оно как было говно, так и осталось, только лагать перестало. Не понимаю, почему. Давайте-то заново начнем, чтобы я это... Чтобы все было ок, чики-пуки. Давайте-ка. Чтобы люди могли потом по воду пропитаться. Я, конечно, чуть-чуть поскипаю начало. То есть основные мысли можно будет понять. Ну, сейчас поговорим, уберу. Но завязка реально как в плохом детективе какой-нибудь Брауна. Типа, о, да тут толпа мужиков выбрасывает.
I checked your pockets for ID. So. Well, it's what's the? Oh, I don't know. He went it. I would have. There's no. I need. If you can do that. Oh. 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 All right.
Еще бы кто-нибудь объяснил бы, что за мем с Карн. Вот.
He's the guy, but in any case, you really not. What am I? Great. Thank you. Oh.
Короче, еще раз объясню для тех, кто, ну, в общем, пропустил первые там, сколько? 15 минут или типа того. Вот. Суть в чем? Тебя выбрасывает на реку, тебя спасает тетенька, и выясняется, что какого-то другого мужика тоже выбросила на берег. Вы находитесь в Италии. Вот. И она просит тебя найти того мужика, которого выкинула из реки раньше тебя. Очень странно. Непонятная завязка. Окей. Так что идем узнавать, что как. Игра называется The Forgotten City. Так. Рюкзак. Пустые пакеты из-под еды, поношенная походная одежда. Так. В общем, обычный рюкзак. Окей.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground.
Так.
Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place."
Я наоборот люблю говорить и решать
Could an
вопросы.
underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there? against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out.
Короче, Биошок в Древнем Риме.
I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation or a warning. Alworth.
Ну, хоть не Элгор, уже как бы спасибо. Воу, воу, воу. Я не успел посмотреть Скрижаль! Нет! Блин, ну я почитать Скрижаль хотел, ну что начинается-то? А как мне обратно теперь залезть? Ох уж эти римляне. Давайте сначала посмотрим, что тут как. Ну, город, видимо, уж да. Как они еще построили город, если все единственный способ в него попасть это какая-то невероятная дырень в земле метров на 50, наверное, или сколько там, 30. Нет, я, конечно, понимаю, что римские ребята умели делать какие-то невероятные вещи, но все-таки. Блин, это странно. Стрёмненькая атмосфера. Это вроде не хоррор. Не люблю хорроры. Ладно. Это... Ага. У меня, правда, это ассоциируется не с Римом, превращение в золото, ну да ладно. Что за Индия? Потерянный город. Какая-то игра с супер крутыми отзывами и писаньем во все стороны. Пытаюсь пока ощутить глубину. А это точно статуи? Там вообще был намек на то, что, может быть, это и люди. Кур, хик, эсне. Кто знает римский язык, ребят? Сохранение. Видимо, меня сейчас убивать будут. Как я понимаю, кто-то умеет превращать людей в золото. В честь кого мозаика. И он обратил эту тетеньку, того римского легионера... Латынь, да, латынь. Ой, я ее уронил. Ее можно уронить. Давайте уберем чат. Окей, я не против. Почему ты здесь? О, спасибо. Спасибо, привет. Ну, в общем, здесь есть кто-то, кто умеет превращать людей в золото. Ладно. Если вы что-то интересное видите, что я не вижу, вы кричите в чате. Чтобы я посмотрел, что там. А дальше не попрыгать, окей. А вот хрен его знает, Ситар. Но, судя по реплике, у них вечное страдание. То есть, типа, хорошие люди попадают в рай, А плохие люди получают вечное страдание. Так что, видимо, все, кто в золоте, это плохие люди. Но где-то там есть рай. Йо.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Ну, видимо, это Эл. Закончил он, конечно, не очень хорошо. А есть вариант повеситься и геймо вернуться тоже сейчас? Не тянуть. Я, конечно, иронизирую, но все-таки. Ладненько. Портал в Обливион, ребят. Интерстеллар начался локальный. Так. Купер, все в мире побеждает любовь. Так, окей. Выяснить, как вернуться в настоящее время. Повеситься? Ха! Так. О, это тот мужик, который молил о пощаде.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not...
Сейчас будем узнавать римскую историю, пацаны.
Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
Ну я хороший человек или не очень?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you?
Да чё ты докопался-то до меня? Ладно, чатик, мы выбираем правду или ложь? Ладно, я не знаю, я как бы... Не знаю, что значит ложь? Я же действительно не знаю, где я. Я же действительно не знаю, где я. Это не ложь, это правда. Ну что начинается-то, а?
Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be.
Так,
Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than
так,
one.
объясняй, мужик.
So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Так.
Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community.
Мне даже интересно, что за золотое правило.
Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since
23
nobody knows a way
человека.
out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. Taking you to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it.
Я теперь буду говорить там: Арчер, держи свою набедренную повязку при себе.
Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since...
Короче, поехавший.
Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since.
Очень
And
странное
this
место.
central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him
Что за
personally.
гамма?
Follow me, please.
Интеллектуально.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule.
О, можно
Let me see
автоматически
if I can
бахнуть.
explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10.
А, он
Just
про
draw straws,
децимацию.
and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crime.
Да я знаю, что такое децимация, мог не объяснять.
We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Ладно. Так что за золотое правило?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here
Как все люди
over
вообще
the last
попадают?
7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city
without sin.
Ну, вся Россия такая, а? А? Ладно.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place.
Очень странное правило. Действительно, слушай, ты был прав ли на раз?
Warning, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one. From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold.
Медуза и Мидас одновременно, это хорошо сказано.
The golden rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the golden rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Что здесь считают
An
грехом?
intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide?
Как
As
сложно.
magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers,
Говорим, сам в итоге
poets,
упадет.
artists and engineers.
Да, я соврал
We
буквально
have
только
comprehensive
войдя.
laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond. From
Хотя я не
Gallia
согласен
to
с тем, что
Judea.
написано ложь.
All
Ну
our
ладно.
citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate.
Не, ну
Our
римское
laws
право было
forbid
ничего,
treason,
врать не
murder,
буду.
assault and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
Блин. Как бы до него доебаться правильно? Давайте начнем с рабства.
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately,
Я
there are
сомневаюсь,
still
что
those here
сделали
who
бы
resist,
игру, в которой
whispering
первый
blasphemous
же
and
диалог
treasonous lies
выводит на
in the
плохую
shadows.
концовку.
I would be keeping a close eye
Хотя
on
черт
that
его знает.
if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time.
Ну вот она реиграбельность может быть.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city?
Не хочу тебя расстраивать, мужик.
I have imagined it, our downfall 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across
И кого-то
instructions.
жертва
I
приносил,
have to
теперь мы
recite a
обречены?
prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live
Всего
animal.
20 человек, сомневаюсь, что есть
In
бордель.
this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use
Ну
it.
да, да, да. С трактирщицей согласен. Может, не держится.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Теперь врать не стал, ну а чё врать-то, если он все подтвердил?
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on
Надо
a
еще,
wrong
блин,
foot.
отношения не испортить со всеми.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you, I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we
Какой
won't be able to
обидчивый
prevent what is
пожилой
about
мужчина.
to happen. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of
А
us.
вдруг время ветвится и будет просто другая реальность?
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? No, I don't suppose you do. But I'm hoping that even if you're not burdened with a sense of self-sacrifice, you'll at least see the sense in
Да, да,
self-preservation.
себе думаю.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Так.
If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
А если я нарушу правила, они будут обречены? Ну, наверное, да. Слушайте, подождите-ка. Хочу проверить. Подожди-ка. Так. Понятно, кто-то кого-то удочерил. Ну вот я хочу сохраниться и проверить, как бы вот. Сразу гейм-овер.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Слушайте, прикольно. Блин, не, ну круто, круто. А чё, статуи оживут, будут кого-то убивать? А! Лол, они стреляют! Статуя хва. Слушайте, прикольно. Реально воровство уничтожает мир. Окей. Еще и винишка теперь есть. Ладно, извините, пожалуйста. Нифига, блин, стремновато. Ужас какой. А! Блин, оно бегает! Чёрт! Почти добежали. Стрейфим, стрейфим. То есть, грубо говоря, если ты один раз нарушишь грех, он второй раз проводит ритуал, чтобы ты опять мог телепортнуться и попробовать спасти. Слушайте, еще и ачивку дали. Подождите-ка, я сейчас гляну. Ага.
Sal? Adam? Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should...
Так, окей.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, and if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is... But don't worry, it's complete... All right.
Не, ну знаете, ложь не оказалась, короче, проблемой. Вот.
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, Sid? Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divide by threatening to execute 1 in 10 men. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop. It's brutal, of course, but effective. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers-in-arms, and as with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present with it, but to rest satisfied.
Хорошо сказано.
If you like. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's
Да не,
words.
факт, факт.
Treat your inferior as you would wish. Can't ask for much more than that. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty, unfortunately. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't. This place will be different with that slaves at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
Так.
I suppose it is. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden.
Нифига, большой
That's from
фанат
Seneca the
Сенеки.
Younger, if you're interested. I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter, I should say, and the others. I also keep a... I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. I don't see why not. Just make
Угу. Ганнибал. Так. Одни плебеи. Вы меня записали? А, еще такой режим. Удобно.
Of course. All right.
That's my room. Leave before I call Horatius.
Да. Ладно, это неплохо. Окей, окей. Вообще использовать в качестве статуи, как бы, золотые трупачи, ну такое.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Horatius
Душная
would stop letting
тянка.
barbarians in here. What do you want?
Нет, как-то не захотел, мистер Нао. Мало пил с утра.
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
Я чувствую, что она кого-то спровоцирует, чтобы он ей треснул. Вот.
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor.
Для отмазки
no
попросили
idea what
ребята
happened to
убрать
Sensilla.
чатик.
I wish
Мешает.
you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Я могу
I
тебе
don't know.
помочь?
Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's
Да ну,
upset,
она какая, у
of
нее какой-то
course,
характер
but he says
отстойный.
he's too busy with the election to
Oh,
help
what?
look for her. So he's letting Horatius
Hello,
do the heavy
Sophie.
lifting. Some good that's done.
Мгм.
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers.
Я не знал,
I think
что
it's their
римлян
way of
называли в честь
branding us,
отца.
like cattle
Ух
to be
ты.
sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Sentilla.
Мгм, мгм. Интересно, интересно.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Нафига она, блин, душная.
We're finally alone. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time. to bring you
Как-то
here.
обидно ему сообщить, что
I
это
must
я
have entrusted
сделал.
you with figuring out who the culprit is. Is that about right?
Ладно, давайте.
You broke it. Why in Pluto's name would you do that?
Ну я тестил.
Just wanted... What is wrong with you? Do you fancy yourself as mortar, holding the threads of our fate in your hands?
Было любопытно. Ну что ты
All
начинаешь?
that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered. And now, I assume you've sought me out again for a reason. Thank you.
Ну блин, ну да, ну любопытно было, ну что ты начинаешь-то? Нет, это не порно-новелла, это такая, типа, историческая. Рим изучаем через новеллу. Не то что вырезать, просто было любопытно. Вот и все.
Hey Horatius, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
No safe.
Because you lot had something to do with Sentilla's disappearance.
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Ha! As if I'll be afraid of you, little man.
Чуть за
Mariolus
говно
isn't
в
receiving
доспехах.
visitors at the moment, it being election day. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
Это какое-то оскорбление. Окей.
I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see. 'Cause if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans.
Понятно,
We
кто
can't have
спровоцирует
that.
нарушение правила.
Old man Sentius got you already, did he? Well, I'm not talking to people in his faction. Confatuare.
Ой, ой, смешно, аллигатора. Ну, у тебя в штанах недвижимость. Но тоже небольшая. Заперто, блин. Ладно.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
А еще с ней не так.
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round
Так,
here?
что там?
So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down one day, a few weeks back, he comes out and said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes, so I go down after him, and hunched over him was something that made my blood a creature. Like a cool. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of... without a weapon.
Ладно, надо поискать оружие. Мне захотелось опять украсть. Ладно, я пока поздерживаюсь. А, это статуи, говорят. Это шепот статуй. А, я не сразу догадался. Так, ну ладненько. Вроде ничего интересного там нет. Еще и дома никого нет. А мини-карты тут тоже нет, надо как-то самому бродить. Так.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Вот это милая тянка.
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct. Well, I suppose it's quite charming. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without any formality or
Ладно,
courtesy
сейчас
ask,
узнаем.
what is your story? The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would all... And then you would find a way to sap... But to be honest, I've often... Let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself.
Ну, нормальная тянка.
You really don't know? You are for... I am one of the priestesses, charged with keeping the sacred flame... Vesta is the mother goddess of hearth and home, and the guardian of the Roman people. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
Не знаю, а почему у всех... Вот, ребята, вот можете мне объяснить, как бы, в чем прикол негативный имени Карен? То есть сначала Карен не хотела рассказывать, что ее зовут Карен. Теперь здесь как бы тоже. В чем прикол? Когда имя Карен для девушки стало чем-то странным и плохим. Я что-то не выкупаю, если честно. Ну, допустим. Давай, из-за мемов.
The memes? What are the memes? So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then? So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Такая Ливия.
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows.
Не, ну я понял, что про мем про Карен-то что-то англоязычное, только я не выкупаю.
Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the way
А чё сложно выжить золотым правилом? Не понимаю.
There is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla,
don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
Так, секундочку, я... Да,
I don't have a
спрашиваю,
phrase.
гляну, что там
It seems
ситар
to me
скинул.
we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particular. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful. But here, it seems I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our
Они все
great
будут
poet Ovid.
римскую
Would
литературу
you like to
вспоминать.
hear it? It is rather.
Ну, есть короткая
I
версия.
suppose so. Jupiter and Mercury put a town to the test by disguising themselves as
Так.
vagrants and asking for shelter there. Everyone turned them away and failed that test, except for an old couple named Baucis and Philemon, and so the gods, and then wiped that town off the map. Some say the
Nice.
moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think
Да,
it's
притча
that we
тут.
should always show compassion for those less fortunate than us. A cynic philosopher might take that view, but it's not entirely invalid, I suppose. It must be completed by dusk, just the same. It'll be between Sentius, the... Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and... Well, you're not, but if it's any consolation, by using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Ладно.
I'm responsible for announcing. You can, assuming they're... As I said, I'm planning to hold it before... As you wish. Certainly. Come back to...
Так, давайте-ка я прочитаю, что там. Так. Окей. Мем о Карен. Ага. Для определенного типа поведения, причем со вполне конкретными чертами. Карен – белая американка среднего возраста и среднего класса с определенным отношением к жизни и к окружающим. Считается, что она ставит себя и свои нужды выше других, а ее коронная фраза «Я хочу поговорить с менеджером». Она грубо и высокомерно относится к людям, обслуживающих профессий. И еще она скептически относится к научным данным. Например, выступает против обязательной вакцинации. У нее есть вполне конкретная внешность и прическа. За основу взяли фотографии героини реалити Кейт Гослин. Ну, в общем, суть примерно понятна, но что-то как-то, ну, такое. Тупой какой-то мем. Ну, феминистки придумали себе какой-то мем и форсят. Если уж это на Вандерзине есть.
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Centilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a newcomer. Strangely dressed fella. Funny accent, too.
A traveller from a faraway land, then?
Seems that way.
Then let's make sure he feels welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
Ну, мем какой-то прям вообще ни к селу, ни к городу, на мой взгляд. Ничего не вываливается из него. Я-то хотел поделиться своим расстройством, короче. Решил в кои-то веки проникнуться китайским аниме. О, класс. Посмотрел первый сезон китайского аниме, которое «Аватар короля» про киберспорт. Конечно, так себе сюжет, но очень качественная рисовка. Я подумал, вот молодцы. И второй сезон просто всю рисовку кладет под хвост. Дикая экономия. Вообще прям ужас сплошной. Кто-то умер на толчке. Ну, как-то не очень весело. Так. Здесь Теофил устроил оргию с 4 девушками и в равной мере разочаровал их всех. И из-за этого все стали золотыми статуями. Ох, Теофил, Теофил. Ничего себе, кто-то докапывает Вергилия записками. Ну, окей. Грешник, господи, чего вы докопались до мужика?
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil.
А я чат. Парам-парам-пам.
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. But you probably don't want to hear about the... You mean the great temple? Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down
Как будто
on us,
француз говорит
it's
на
clear that
английском.
whoever built it felt it was the most important temple. Unfortunately, someone else went out of... You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god. Like there's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of... And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the temple of Saturn in
Или
Rome.
немец.
And so we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to?
Ну, по произношению он нет, но имя-то Вергилий, типа, он условный римлянин. Просто на озвучку взяли какого-то странного мужика.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering. With a very practical... It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. And the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fit. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods.
Что такое
I'm
сыкло-то?
not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside.
Ага.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of the... But there's one thing that puzzles me. Well, yes, that could be the reason. Oh, who really built this place? And if only there was a way we could talk to the people who came... Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything...
Что-то как-то все не весело. Я не люблю вот это вот общее наказание.
Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Noviomagus, and learned to it. They weren't nearly as tolerant. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so... I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, and I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Good. Then I hope you'll agree. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the...
Как решить Бога силы?
It's best if I say no more, but... I
Так.
hope you'll give it some thought. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my
гомик.
mail company.
Ну, в смысле, я не осуждаю.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Novio-Magos, I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the... So I hid who I was for... What was it? But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until, needless to say, since I'm now living underground, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the... In any case, the Romans are far more accepting and... Or at least I thought... it's not just Griff. The strange thing is, I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. If I had to guess...
Так может ты и не обращаешь на какое-то внимание, вот он и обиделся.
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God. If there are any of them here, they won't admit it.
Христиане, что ли,
They
есть?
supposedly burnt down half of Rome. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, event... What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did.
Будем защищать
I'd start by
геев.
figuring out who the cultists
Прогрессивно.
are. Or maybe ask around them. Someone who lives or works in the forum. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them.
Ищем местного Милонова.
Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
Ну, вроде нормальный чел.
Don't you just love springtime? I saw you use the device I made. Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but... Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the mid... It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only... Do you think you could use the device again? And... Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. All right. See you around.
Так, ну что, давайте прокатимся, чё. Только познаем, кто тут у нас еще. Ладно, не хочет пока говорить.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend
Нормальные
myself
планы у
against
человека
the
гулять на полную ногу.
Other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to
Да он
it.
хорош, да. Моргенштерн своего времени.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the house. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our... You mean, how did I end up here? All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic, and see, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone... So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing, all the way down to the river. I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged. But, to my surprise, we make it. And I see this barge loading up, but the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the tyre bar.
Ну и дурак.
Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my
Ой,
fortune.
тупой, ой,
Only, I guess I
тупой.
must have hit my head or something, because everything went... When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a... Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome.
Господи, ну ты вообще бешеный.
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that already. Some people here are It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down... Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bug. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. Thank you, friend. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabian. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he ever protect? Not. Very well. Another time.
Ну ладно. Ну, чел, конечно, дурачок. Прям по нему видно сразу, что он такой. Не интеллектуал.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus Decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She was poisoned. She came in here, and I knew Decius had some at his market store. That'll be 1,000 denarii. Then that toad shrugs and says, supply. Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's... So all I could do is come back here, and now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the gold. Well, unless you have the power to get me that Silphium resin, I'm going to have another... I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine as he prepared to evacuate our villa. I could barely see for the smoke. And the next thing I remember, I was waking. It's all right. Say what you will about this place, and while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the... Oh, this shrine kind of strange to set up but the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who... Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day this changes everything. She kept... The last time I saw her, and then she shut herself in the palace. But she's been gone so long now, we figure she's at... But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. He's become so irritable that the smallest thing set... I just know Nevia would know how to treat him. Thanks, I suppose.
Насколько квестов ужас-то вообще.
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my... A city without sin might sound good on paper, but snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into...
Ладно. Мне казалось, что я менял. Ну ладно, сейчас. Оно, видимо, не сохранило. Извините. Good Game немножко работает через задницу. Ну, скажи спасибо Good Game, который глючит по КД.
Oh no. Sorry. There was one other person, but that was Nevia. Well, until she this the last, and then but one of my, I really shouldn't say. He's become so, I just know Nevia. Thanks. Sure. What? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed. Gladly. Well.
Так, ладно.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Он видит через их глаза? Он это кто?
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me, and I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is more leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with... I have traveled distant trade routes from... and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait.
Какой-то нормальный, добрый мужик, наверняка он нарушит правила.
To get to know one another. But for my story, how kind of you to... You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the... I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here... Oh, and there is another... If we all end up as golden statues for future generations... I don't know about you, but...
Нормальный подход к делу, мне нравится.
A good question. A very good question indeed. I remember I had just been to Rome. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite... Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air. And when I regained
Да
my
нормальная
faculties, I was
анимация,
lying
пойдет для
naked by
сельской
the banks of the
местности.
Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
Кажется, если перестарался.
Of course. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave.
Люди упоминали монету. Я, кстати, как-то не уловил этого по рассказам, ну ладно.
Not so loud. Have you not been told about the last attempt?
Нет.
Oh, then I suppose the...
Ну, давай.
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we and scaling the chasm wall is out of the question. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in.
Ну, не знаю, мне что-то шахта под баней кажется фигней вариант, ну ладно.
The shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city.
Ну это похоже на правду.
So
Ладно.
it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god.
Ясно.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of them, instead, she changed the climate of Earth, so that it became innocent people died by the tens of thousands. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing.
Блин, хорошая мысль.
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, for all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothes.
Грек пока самый позитивный дядька вообще из всех, кого я тут видел, мне нравится.
My friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to... This is troubling, is it not? But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone... I hope that...
Нормальный мужик, мне нравится. Ну да, к статуям прислушиваться я так смутно догадываюсь, только статуи пока молчат. Он слушает их ушами. Так, с цветком понятно. Как до него добраться, не очень понятно. Неужели надо спрыгнуть в середине пути? Так вроде высоко. Ладно, у меня не получается здесь. Подождите-ка, так. А вообще в середине пути можно было спрыгнуть от этой штуки, я не помню. Ну, сейчас проверим. Ну, концепция прикольная у игры, мне нравится. Я точно туда иду? Так. Нет, это не мод на Skyrim. Это такая очень специфичная игра. Как я понимаю, это родилось из мода на что-то подобное. На какую-то игру. Так, у нас появилась винишка. Хорошо. Опа. А чё? Они не могут выдержать мой вес? Ладно, не хочет забираться. Договорились. В общем, игра, которая рождена из мода к какой-то другой игре, пришлют. Ходишь, болтаешь, решаешь проблемы. В общем, вы оказались внутри города. Вас принесло на 2000 лет назад. Вам надо каким-то образом понять, в общем, кто виноват. То есть, если кто-то в городе согрешит, то все подохнут. Вот такое вот странное правило. Концептуальненькое, как говорится. Все должны жить по коммунизму, иначе все умрут. Ну, точнее, по римскому праву, но это почти коммунизм. Жрица, так. Слушайте, а тетенька была же здесь, по-моему, да? В прошлый раз. Так.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all, but it does not notice. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the dead.
Я не ворую. Я беру из пустых сундуков ничейных.
They never do.
Вот когда я своровал, начался конец света, и нам потребовался второй квантовый скачок. Вот.
There is only a downward path, gloomy with. Help me. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. The bloodless shadows. You think you wish to know. It is better for you if you remain. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road.
В общем, у них какие-то суровые проблемы с кукухой.
Lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
Прям урок истории.
Handsome.
Так.
Ah, you're here. And I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you,
снять повязку
I was
набедренную.
intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen. Ugh, coming on a bit strong.
А
don't
ты
you
что,
think?
не преувеличиваешь?
I take back what I said. Suddenly, so we can at least do business. So,
быстро. Блин, да, по чистке-то видно, что она барышня-то шарящая.
Let it go. Nothing's going to happen, but... You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy... Straight to business, huh? As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it, but... This is... So... How badly... Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing... If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I?
Я не уверен, что золотое правило так
Interest in
работает.
doing that.
Ну окей.
Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. What's the matter? Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I just try not to think about it. Drink help. Certainly. For 10... Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just... snapped. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to... I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's...
Тут еще унылые у нее эти.
All right.
Надо гриндить 1000 динариев по всяким штукам.
You stay away from my money.
Да я знаю, что конец света будет, если украдут. Что ты начинаешь? Но если я украду, будет конец света, да? Блин. Будет ведь? Я правильно понимаю? Давайте проверим, что.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ну, короче, каждый раз... Короче, ладно, уныло, я понял. То есть, теоретически, каждый раз, когда ты крадешь, дед может самоубиться, а ты можешь вернуться. Только надо бежать в храм. Ну, такое, знаете, унылое. Заниматься я этим не буду. Хотя, теоретически...
Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink, get out.
Чё ты такая
I'll do us all
злая?
a favor and drink.
Это из-за того, что я зашел, что ли? Ничего себе. Ну, понятно. Блин, это не очень удобно. Не, а может, конечно, концепция игры геймплейная и построена на том, что надо периодически как бы подыхать для того, чтобы пройти дальше. Теоретически я могу допустить такую мысль. Хочу достать цветок, но я вот промахнулся, надо как-то лучше выбирать тайминг спрыгивания.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always...
Наверное, игру можно пройти, не заставив деда убиться, я так смутно догадываюсь, но... Ладно. Найс. А здесь не подняться. Просто там сундук, по-моему. Видимо, с какого-то другого места надо туда прыгать.
Don't you just love springtime? Ah, it's you now. Brilliant! You did it! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and but on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that... You mean, aside from her execution?
А чё её казнят-то?
Equitia is a Vestal priestess. She's taken a vow of chastity. She was just suspected of being unchaste. It could lead to her execution. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful.
Понятно.
I don't know what to do. What do you think?
Блин, даже не знаю, что предложить-то. А если начнет пёхать висталку, то как бы это нарушит золотое правило или не нарушит? Ну это, блин. Ну давай.
Now that I hear you say that out, what I need is a go-between. Someone who can... What do you say?
Ладно, давай.
Wonderful. Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret and... Thank you.
Так, блин, ну правило дурнявое вообще абсолютно. Но мне хочется пообузить сохранялку эту специфическую. Ну не пообузить, это геймплейная фишка, это я понимаю.
Ave again. Oh, how lovely. I see. So, it's from Galerius then? Of course I do. That man is a... But he is the least subtle. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. He'd just stand there each morning. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out
Чё, ничего
and he
себе!
doesn't mind waiting a few years,
Ух ты!
then tell him I hope so.
Блин, ну как бы интересно.
Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they...
Какой я свах-то, оказывается, крутой-то, а?
I don't know. Yes. Oh, they said I did it. More than once. Yes.
Так.
What does it say? My treasure.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said, if anything ever happened, he gave me this key and made me promise to keep it. All I remember is he said something about the cistern. Now nobody looks after me. Hannibal said... Galerius already tried that. What about the rules? Like, Galerius, if you help make him magistrate, he can get... Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. You're going to let me out? Oh. Go? You mean...
Золотое правило, что если ты нарушаешь римский закон, все превращаются в золотых статуй и помирает. Вот. Если коротко.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he...
Ладно, это мы уже читали.
Bye-bye.
I did not do it, Дулин. Окей, бедный дядька. Еще динарий. Понятненько. Давай тебя порадуем, мужик.
Ah, it's you again. Now. Thanks. Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but all I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see, unfortunately, one of those golden huntress stat. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might... All right. See.
А, стоп. Надо предложить ему еще это... замагистрироваться.
Ah, it's you now. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but from what I hear, Malleolus has the elections. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley. That's nonsense, of course. Gladly. All right.
Да, я уж проверял, работает. Точнее, сначала статуи оживают, начинают тебя убивать. Но я, честно говоря, хочу сейчас нарушить правила. Чтобы узнать правду. А то я так тогда не прочитал.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
Name's Rufius. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp. Family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I... Same way as ever. Because we're all in grave danger. Majesty. If you were a deal... Nobody is supposed to know. Look, I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me, and you want to help me. Do what Lucretia.
Ясненько.
Oh, do us all a favor and...
Ладно, давайте нарушим правила. Надо узнать правду.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Да ну нет! Не смог убежать. Давайте еще одна попытка. Про что игра? Про детектив в Древнем Риме. И путешествие во времени.
Come back as quick as you can. Ah, it's you now. All right.
Ладно, давайте еще одну попыточку. Бежать-то недалеко. А эту суку надо как-то вывести на чистую воду.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
Can't say because nobody can.
Handsome.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
А я же ничего еще не сделал. Я не понял, а почему началось-то? Лол. Слушайте, а сейчас-то почему начался вот этот вот... я же даже не успел обворовать. Или оно Я не понял, что это. Блин, это, конечно, непонятно, но окей. Так. Короче, она говорит людям: травитесь, и вы освободитесь. Ясно.
Salve, friend. You know, that's all. We sort of lose. It's 817 AUC. CE? But listen, most folk, you seem live by. All right, friend, suit yourself.
Еще какая-то ачивка получена. Что там? А, скипнуть сити-тур. Ладно. Нет, природу греха-то я понимаю. Оно не могло так быстро нагрешиться. Но это удивительно, да.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Странно. Честно, я не понял, откуда, почему тогда начался конец света очередной.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
А как я нагрешил-то там? Я не успел нагрешить.
Oh, you're here. And I hope I'm not being... There's a light in your eyes I've... Oh, I see. You prefer... I take back... Let's just forget that ever happened. All right.
Just as the... But it... The newly...
Ладно. Там реально грешновато? Как бы я не успел своровать, чтобы начался грех. Ну, в общем, странно. Может, игра, конечно, баганула. Могу себе это представить. Там, наверное, предпосылки-то к этому были. Да, все, не пугайте меня, хватит. Пойдем выкупим у Деция сраный сок болиголова этот. Не болиголова, но вы поняли, о чем я.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
А хрен его знает.
Salve, strange. Certainly. All I ask is... Oh, you have...
Даже не хочу с ним разбираться, как бы.
Pleasure doing business. Very well.
А! Слушайте, то есть я могу... То есть в любом случае надо помирать.
What are you doing? She needs... What? Yulia? Hopefully in a moment. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And
Так
at this
вот в
exact
чем
moment?
прикол.
Are you
Да,
some kind of
оружие
oracle?
запрещено.
A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. I think it's your accent, because it sounded like you said time traveler. But whatever kind of traveler you are, that was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening.
Блин, прикольная
You just
концепция.
saved a
Теперь я
person's
понял,
life,
как это
and you should
работает.
be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
Но проблема в том, что надо как-то, видимо, как бы так выразиться-то. Подождите, стоп. Подождите. Ага, а я тогда не отдал или... Стоп. А, это навсегда остается. Я могу, запомнив последовательность, каждый раз проходить квесты. Я понял.
Oh, was there something you want? As much as I'm grateful that you tried. The golden rule. Please. Look, if you don't... Alright. I'd be... So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a... She was supposed to be my friend. So she suggested I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over... I paid Aurelia. And she... You figured it out all. Drink this, she said. And you'll be out. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, let the... She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without... In fact, he just thanked... That's what I said to... I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law... I thought about resisting too. He locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything. His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Those two took everything. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most... When I've recovered, I expect death. Only this time, I won't be... Honestly, it would have been... I doubt it. At least until someone breaks the gold. A lot. But it doesn't matter. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus, he's probably already thrown himself from the... If so, I'd never be able... I doubt you could make it up to the... I don't know who you are, or what...
Ладно, интересно. Короче, блин, это напоминает День сурка. В смысле, под Днем сурка я имею в виду, что по факту тебе и предлагают по КД решить все проблемы в городе и вот это вот. Ну, видимо, какой-то один человек. Я не знаю. Скорее всего, какой-то один человек грешит. Интересно, конечно, интересно. Механику они такую прям веселую задумали.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly...
All
right. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there.
That's the idea.
What? What?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of...
I know things are hard for you right now. Please, please just think this through. If you do this...
I'm sorry, but I just...
Please, I'll help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. Thank you.
Давай же ты!
I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus, and I'd best pray.
Ну, ладно. Прыгай. Давайте прыгнем.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now,
Прикольно.
I make this solemn promise to you.
Ну, статуя не соврала, когда сказала прыгай. Он не умер, получается. Да, я догнал Ситар. Но согласись, поворот такой относительно неожиданный получился. Мне понравилось. Хорошо обставлено, хорошо. Так. Какие милые записки. Только интересно, где мужик, который прыгнул. Не, почему разных? Это все римское. Ну и то, что они стерли из греческой.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either... Well, why have you... I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good
У него,
people have
кстати,
suffered long
это...
enough under Sentius's tyranny.
Гетерохромия, глаза разного цвета.
By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Так.
What? Oh, I see. I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down. You mean the children's fable? I trust you could through the door this time?
Ну и говно, конечно. Жил бы тут, не, что-то не особо нравится. Да заткнись.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers? If I copied it from the valley owners,
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Интересно, от количества смертей концовка как-то зависит? Или не особо? В смысле, как это не существует ситар, если мы видели конец света уже раз 5? Я что-то не улавливаю.
I must have Is that about? Seems rather wrapped. Ask then. Good. Of course. What is it? Yes. Why then? It looks like you'll... Thank you.
А тут провода нигде для быстрого перемещения нет. Ну ладно.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
А, это кувшин мне показывает, что тут человек. Ладно. Ну, балуются боги, я так думаю, но посмотрим.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face. Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I see. So, of course, that man, but last, he just Tell that adorable... Then... I hope... Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you... Yes, I suppose that could be something. What else? Yes, what else? There are definitely some... Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to... Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. See you again soon, I hope.
Медитативная игра, конечно.
Help! You have to do something.
Типа того,
A
Сита,
man
типа
arrived in the
того.
baths. A real nasty sort. You have to do something, or he's gonna break. Thank you. I have to. Hear what? What? We. Ugh.
Не понимаю, подождите.
The shrine is collapsing.
Понятно, опять перезапускаем.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there?
По ощущению, золотые статуи, видимо, перемещаются во времени вместе со мной.
I can't believe she is dead. The gods are cruel and unjust. The gods...
Жрица? В смысле, что жрица? Ладно. Лук.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will... Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me. A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to... You say that, but if you're not a... So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds... and I saw the inscription saying, the many shall suffer... a distinction. You've clearly been... Now tell me... You lot are practicing human
О,
sacrifice.
господи, мужик не верит.
Yes, yes. It's all clear to me now. The secret saint. What baffles me is how... However, you still... Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50...
А, все
The
понятно.
Emperor says he and his
Окей.
cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt hard... Who are you to challenge what the Emperor... This is your last... Then, do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation. But if you want to know the truth, once I'm done with you and Quintia, and I can think of nothing I'd enjoy.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Лук не забрать. Ну, теперь понятно, кто нарушил, как бы, без вопросов. То, что ты забрал с прошлых сохранений, у тебя остается. Отношение людей к тебе типа сбрасывает. То есть, если ты зафакапил отношения с людьми, то ты, перезапустив, можешь опять.
Salve. Oh. Yulia.
О, прикольно.
I'll go.
Слушайте, вот это прикольно. Вот этого раньше не было. Вот видишь, Ситар, что-то меняется.
Isn't the great temple majestic? And you. See you again.
Интересно, интересно. Подождите, а я не увидел, а цветок остался? Мне опять его надо добыть или... И теперь цветок надо опять добыть. Ясно.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Не, ну понятно, кто нарушит правила. Я теперь практически уверен, что убийца нарушит. Да, Ситар, типа того. Я же говорю, как день сурка.
We have? I must have it. Is that about right? You? Well, it seems you failed. Look, it's unfortunate. But now, I assume you... Of course. Yes? What? An assassin? What are you talking about? Then what are you doing here talking to me? Why aren't you out there trying to stop him? You'd best go. Good. Thank you.
Привет, Анил.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Для начала давайте решим вопрос, опять запрыгнем к этому дурачку. А, мне же не надо запрыгивать, ключ-то остался. Готов поспорить, что ключ остался.
Thank you. Thank you. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been... I'm...
Я могу как-то обратить внимание на его глаза?
I trust you.
Ладно, условно тетеньку мы спасли, типа. Давайте сейчас еще одну штуку попробуем. Надо запомнить все эти порядки действий. Да, у него разные глаза. Один зеленый, другой синий. Ну, а мания величия это так, знаешь, типа доп момент. Так, надо спасти эту дуру.
None of us do. The magic, you'll just have to... Thank you. I have to hide. What? All right.
О! Я понял! Чатик, я понял. Сейчас только посмотрим, сработает ли. Я понял.
Stop right there. Thank you for your service to the Empire.
Коварный Сингола. Ну это было и лук получим. Как батя. Да, как быть. Ну, блин, это было легко сложить, ладно уж. Изящно, изящно. Про что игра? Про спасение древнего римского города. Отлично. I did it. Спросить Малиола, не Квинси ли он. Окей. Пойдем спросим. Да, лук-то надо отдать челу с базара. Только я не знаю, что это даст.
You there? I'm so... No idea how you managed to get your hands on it. Especially... And before you ask, no, I wouldn't... But I would like to... Tell me, do you have any idea how... And here I was thinking I was the only... Supposedly, one or two of those arrows isn't... Now, of course, that is a travesty. A terrible, horrible waste. I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek with the ability to transmute organic matter. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees, and even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us... Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Excellent. So the first... Now, I have a plan. But first... No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt.
Не, ну его нельзя убивать, Ситар.
Depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with, and it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana. And would you like to guess? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it. Oh, gods, no. Have you tried that with... No. Here's what I propose. You give your bow to me. I cover it in a thin layer. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the... But make no mistake, this is a dangerous... But in my experience, all the best adventures... Now, you must have questions. Because the gods would see you. So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. This is a... And here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the... It's just at the end of the street on the left.
В конце улицы слева.
Greetings and salutations.
Я что-то думаю, что боги не оценят, типа. Еще я думаю, что вот эта штука как-то связана. Блин, ну, окей.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and you did. And now, here we are. No, technically, I never said that. It's hardly my fault if you... You're just gonna have to take the bow now. I would but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And you know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But let's find...
Блин, чатик, ну подсказывайте, чё. Ваше предложение слушаю. Так если я выстрелю в гнездо, они меня убьют, я говорю. О, ну золотым реально стало. Вот в чем прикол. Реально лук работает. Офигеть. Ясно. Ну я что-то как-то не сразу уловил, что легенда работает, как бы. Ну, прикольно. Водоросли. Водоросли. Все для тупых поясняют, все, окей. Все понятно. Для тупых объяснений отличное. Спасибо, игра. Спасибо, спасибо.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me.
Ясно.
Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with...
Кстати, оказывается, по тому месту, где были лианы, их надо в золото превратить-то, лол.
As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again.
Да, это такая запоздалая догадка.
Even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not...
Прикольно, прикольно, мне нравится. Оригинально сделано.
From that moment on,
чуть не навернулся.
Full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Ой, я попал во дворец. А я могу убрать, как бы... Дайте-ка для начала сохранюсь на будущее. Слушайте, прикольно сделана игра. Прямо я все больше ее ценю. Что это за дрянь была? Ладно. Есть какие-то такие легкие хоррор-элементы. Все-таки в них надо тратить стрелы. И они благодарят. А, это те призраки, которые сожрали трупача. Я только... Ну, я понял. Не зря. Не сразу догнал. Все. Окей. Они скушали ж Ганнибала, да. Все. Ясно. Пред кем?
You're not supposed to be here.
Закрыто. Ну, видимо, нам в дырку. Я смутно догадываюсь. И Невия как-то с этим связана. Ну, короче, в дырку, понятно. Блин, я не успел выстрелить нормально в эту дрянь. И они набежали. Просадили меня по ХП. Псы. Еще один, блин. Я ж думал, я вас обоих бахнул. Игра... Нет, я не трогал гамму. Никак. Она такая без моей помощи. А оно с одной... Блин. Ясно. В тело не сразу, да, я тоже не сразу уловил. Можно было типа еще здесь подняться или что? Но согласитесь, концепт игры прикольный. В хэт, кстати, действительно с первого раза. Так. Ключ от дверей дворца. Дневник Неви.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned
Короче,
as a child.
у тетенька поехала чутка.
By my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned forest, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of
А еще, видимо, как-то сверху надо будет потом заныкаться.
And Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid,
Аккуратненько.
beloved Galatea had come to life.
Бешеные микро и креатив. А эти стрелы подобрать нельзя. А, все, хватило просто уронить? Ладно. Статуи типа встать не могут. Я понял. А, вот и понятно. Ну, сейчас еще комнаты почекаем, может тут что-то интересное есть. Стоп. А! Все, я понял. Паркур. Паркур. Не сразу вдуплил, ребят. Ай! Ладно. Зато взяли опять эту вазу со стрелами. Окей. Блин, ну реально круто сделано, без шуток. По крайней мере, хочется распутать всю эту тайну и понять, как бы... Нужно, типа... Ах ты ж! Ладно. Собираем все деньги. Да, ты первого должен валить, а за ним уже остальных. Да. Это правда. Это, по крайней мере, самый простой способ вроде бы. Не хочу стрелу тратить лишнюю. Но согласитесь, в игре есть какие-то легкие такие хоррор-элементы, хоть они и не задуманы как бы так.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been
Так.
My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the
Ладно.
Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken, undeterred.
Понятненько, короче, эти чуваки, это которых она пыталась спасти. То есть, если ты снимаешь позолоту, то это, в общем, ни хрена особо не помогает. Остается живой скелет, который дико страдает. Поэтому некоторые из них и благодарили меня, типа, что...
She was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly.
Как бы это странно не звучало, типа, с моей стороны было бы гуманно всех золотить, а я экономлю стрелы.
As much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity.
Ну, она, конечно, молодец, но как бы получается весьма...
Even if I have to free every last statue in this God's forsaken place.
Знаешь, Ситар, как это говорится, благими намерениями... Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Знаменитая благими намерениями вымощена дорога в ад. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Знаешь, Ситар, тяжело назвать-то ее молодцом. Ну да, продуктивность у нее ничего, согласен, как бы. От души душевно в душу. Но я бы что-то не особо хотел бы попасть на ее операционный стол. О, господи. Ёпарный театр.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace. Look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you... You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left him... And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've... All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her. But as soon as I began my work, she's... What's so special? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent.
Тетенька, конечно, поехала капитально.
But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one Wait! You're trying to steal her away from me. Liar! You give me one good... What? Wait. So I did all this. I ruined. What have I done? Oh God, it's the air. Come on. But the only way to fix it. At least that way she'd be golden again. It's too late. There's nothing. What? Really? But if you're lying to me, I'll break. You did it. You took away. I swear I will never. I'll stay here to keep her company. I fear the only one capable. In any case, I must. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. Now, please leave. The door. Go.
Как я все победа дипломатии, пацаны. Круто? А? Вообще прям заболтал просто как батя. Да, даже без сохранения. Хотя сейчас я, пожалуй, сохранюсь. Блин, надо было не доволен собой, как не знаю кто. Никто не подох, никто ничего никому не сделал. Не послушали статую. Ну, как бы, да. Но, типа, а что предлагаете-то? Минус экспа, ну, блин, не знаю. Я все могу просто убиться и опять бахнуть все.
Name's Grufius. Whatever.
Ладно. Нам нужен храм Аполлона, если я правильно помню. А, все, я понял.
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. Willow back. I should have known. It was an... I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some... Thank you. That's a...
What business is that of yours? Willowbark. Finally, some relief. I've been... It was too much. I owe you. Meliodas. Not sure I... No. Fine, but no more. See you around.
Так, мы сменили один голос, как бы, окей. Где звук? А чё? В смысле?
Feeling all right? That's a shit.
А, это говноедина, которая нас заперла-то где? Так, подождите. А, еще и... Да, окей. Забыл про тетеньку.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Do it. Kill me.
Тупая баба. Ладно, я понял. Ладно, я мысль... А, тут нельзя. Ой, короче, тупая баба. Саша тоже тупой, что поверил ей. Мой косяк. Ай, господи, ладно. Да я что-то не подумал. В смысле, как бы... Типа, да, можно делать все, что угодно, нельзя палиться. Я не сразу уловил это, как бы, посыл. Типа, пиздеть можно, убивать тоже можно. Только...
Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Интересный подход, конечно, к правде. Ничего не сказать.
That's a
ладно, ладно, я понял концепцию. Но она заставила меня, типа, признаться, что я, как бы, типа, повлиял. Что, как бы, условно я действительно убил человека, сказав, что храм обрушится. Ну, вот так вот. Да, типа, сознался в убийстве. Просто важен не факт убийства, а, как бы...
Really? I promise, nobody else will ever know what you... Oh, speaking of which, welcome.
Все, это работает. Это работает.
Sorry, I was a bit frantic before.
Ясно.
Need
Ясно.
anything? Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
Важно не палиться, да-да-да. Это я уловил теперь.
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make off. In the end, they decided that after about a day in a carriage on the... I remember closing my eyes for a bit. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I... Anyway, I went searching for help. Oh, yeah. I suppose you're right. What? You've been here with good people here. Galerius, my friend Georgius is... Well, he... I'm just saying. Well, I can tell from your... Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are... Thanks. And I like your teeth. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the... He'll be just across the... Terrible shame, that is. Maybe the forum's usually dead quiet at that, to be honest. I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out, so I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's. I called out to them, but they just... All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps. All right.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet... Oh, you see, my plan was to give you a little fright, you know, but when I opened it... Partner, yeah, well... Get out of here!
Хочу кое-что проверить.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Это считается грехом. Ну ладно. Ладно. Ладно.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune. Don't even talk.
Ну а как это? В жизни же нет сохранения, Ситар.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there...
Welcome to my humble store. My friend, your word... That, my friend, is... I do not enjoy the thought of... Nothing. I hope that...
Ну я ж не убил, я превратил его в золотую статую, это другое. Вы думали, зависит от того, кто видел? Ой, кстати, прикольно.
The many shall suffer for the sins of...
Это не так работает, короче. Только у меня возникла одна идея. Подождите-ка. Давайте вот сюда вернемся, потому что я хочу кое-что проверить.
That's a shame.
А,
Thanks again
статуи.
for saving Yulia's life.
Ну, кстати, да, действительно. Это тоже интересное предположение.
What business? Will.
Про пандемию неплохо, да.
Melio. No. Fine, but no. See you around.
Короче, с тем гопарем надо договориться, чтобы это... Давайте пойдем договоримся с гопарем, вместо того, чтобы его мочить.
You took...
А, еще и Фаби.
And I... Really? I promise. I'll... the fault, to be honest. So I called out to the... All I was... What? Good. My... Well, I'm... Oh. I suppose... In the...
Показывала смешно стена.
Oh. And I'm sure he'll be just... All right.
Да, чтобы опять с теткой не говорить, как бы.
Oh, you see, but when I open... Partner, I swear... Fine, fine. It's a credit... Malleolus.
Ну ладно, окей, пофиг. Еще надо как-то с самоубийцей разобраться сверху. И цветок для этой бабы опять надо это.
Interesting. That's true. I know. What else?
Ладно, значит, есть еще что-то, что надо узнать.
See you again.
What now? He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at murder escaped. Tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his... Do I seem like an...
Ну, в принципе, я согласен, что он анонимно вряд ли бы стал бахать. Вот.
Malleolus, of course. Whatever.
Пойдем там с Квинтием разберемся.
You again.
Ха-ха-ха!
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You see... You mean my heterochromia?
Oh, господи.
I am guilty of
Не
nothing more
отвертишься, чел.
and I'm hardly the only person. I like to think it is simply the way the god... Well, I am... Unlikely. Why would I? You.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ладно. Даже угрожать нельзя. Да не. Тут, короче, тут такая хрень связана именно с разговорной частью.
I bet it. You see, but when I... Partner? Yeah?
Ясно, короче. А у этого квеста нет маркера, да?
No idea what you're talking about? Yeah?
Ладно. Блеф работает как швейцарские часы.
What now? Do I seem... You don't know. Whatever.
Пошли в трущобы сходим.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Кстати, ведь когда я воровал из сундуков, тут же и статуи нету. Я имею в виду, тебя все палят. По факту. Понятно. А, так это Руфи все-таки. Ясно.
Wow, isn't that a big long... Oh, you're... And, there's a... What was that? I take... Let's just forget. All right.
Короче, эту шлюпенцию любым образом не очаровать. Ладно. Каждый раз, когда начинается гром, меня прям дергает, типа, а вдруг опять конец света. А уже так-то логики никакой не видно. Жрица. Надо, видимо, подсказка для тех, кто застрял по сюжету. обязательно прям в одной последовательности, но плюс-минус.
No, I don't. I did hear of... No idea what... It's the rheumatism. I know that's not an I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go and clean up.
Nice. И еще одно дело выполнил детектив Сингола. Хорошо. День сурка продолжается.
Ah, I hear we have you to thank for saving you. What demon? You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head.
И еще какую-то
Well done
ачивку
for
дали.
figuring that out. Really? That's... Well... My... Nice to talk to you.
Citizen.
My friend. I hope that...
Ну что, давайте сохраняться и ползти наверх в храм. Типа это выглядит наиболее как бы нормальным планом из тех, что нам осталось сделать. Цветок. Ну, типа можно, конечно, сходить. Надо еще эту мерзкую тетку как-то за руку поймать. Вот. Но я что-то думаю, что еще 1 или 2 конца света точно придется выполнить. Как бы это странно ни звучало. И мне пришла в голову одна мысль. Ща. Давай, забирайся. И еще ачивочку дали. Только почему-то галерея не показывает на карте. Ну ладно, окей, это логично. Нам еще и гусиные яйца могут пригодиться. Ну, как бы, окей. Поперли наверх, пойдем спасать. Блин, самое прикольное, что эта игра, в принципе, стоит-то, в общем, копейки. Типа, сколько там, 400 или 500 рублев в стиме. Она, конечно, видимо, не супер длинная. То есть, сколько тут я уже сижу? 3 часа. А по большей части, думаю, уже как бы... Ну, не то, что близок к решению, но большинство проблем решил. Но все равно прям вот... Прям мое уважение. Ну, к слову, не знаю, но что-то подлагивает немножко. Я хз почему. Спасибо за фоллоу. Ну и надо приглядываться к местам, где золотой лук можно поюзать. А я знаю, как спасти мужика. Можно его в золото превратить, он не упадет. Так, давайте-ка. Нам надо как-то, чтобы он не спрыгнул. Ну, вроде он не умирает, да и спрыгает. Мы же не померли. Баба, отстань.
Salve, welcome to life. Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We've all been where you... I used to lay awake at night. I still don't have any of the answers. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you
Баба,
better.
же у обрыва отойди.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think?
I know, please,
I'm sorry, but
please, help him. I don't know, but it's a crime. Thank you.
you know about that? How is that? Well, you don't understand. I don't want to... It's too late for that. If I backed out now... Oh, really? But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Really? Wait. You'd do that for us? It seems today... Thank you, friend.
Lol.
Thank you. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
Все? Так легко? Блин, ну я как-то даже немножко прифигел.
What you did was extraordinary, and here in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber, but long hours of menial, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to
У меня вообще мысль такая. Я сейчас попробую объяснить. Смотрите. Моя теория до того, как мы пройдем конец. Вот. Я когда плыл в начале игры по реке, на самом деле утонул. Все люди, которые в этом городе, мертвы. Буквально. То есть это все трупы. И мы в потустороннем мире. И типа с помощью этого условного дня сурка пытаемся свои грехи как-то искупить, я не знаю. Ну вот.
Oh, that's all right. Oh yes, of course. If you like. I'm afraid not. I don't put a lot of stock in such if that doesn't work. I hope it works. The The many. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbors as ourselves, but on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of, and that's where I get stuck. You don't think that's the little innocent men and women torn apart in a arena? If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless... Please keep that. There was a terrible fire in Oh, thank you.
Но мы потихоньку движемся в нужном направлении. Так, храм закрыт. Но как-то еще в него проникнуть можно? Произнеси его имя? Чье имя? Ключ у меня был от того храма, откуда я выбирался в... Ну, где трупачи бегали. Здесь я, кстати, так ни разу и не бегал. Надо еще того дурачка как-то поймать за руку. Ну, 250 монет, конечно, не 2000, которые мы потратили, но окей. Ага. Ну, здесь, кажется, ничего интересного. Окей. И мы, типа, снова у храма, да? Можно еще спуститься по правой стороне, пройти, а там не было. Надо еще найти то место, где был этот дурачок запертый. Так, стоп. Бежим туда по поводу цветка. Ага.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible? You're a bit Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill, forcing him to start. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, Tantalus was made to grasp the fruit of. Oh, and anyway, so I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing what.
Хороший ты мужик галерии.
Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although it's not as if I'll. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy. I saw you and oh, anyway, I'm sorry. What? How did you know? Venus, that is the. I wish all I can. In the rock tunnel. If you. Well, as much. Well, I'm a father. One day, when I was about 20. My father told me to run into the house for it, but by the time my mother died of a broken heart, more raiding started one night when my sisters. I got my father's old axe, but there were more of them. I never saw. My home was reduced to ash. Yeah, unfortunately, there were just too many of them. I spent a few years working for my new master. Tried to escape a couple of times. I'd probably still be there too. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming. I got swept up with them somehow, and next thing I knew, some stranger was dragged. That's what I thought. See, I finally had until Sentius that even told me of. So it turns out our dear old. Don't you worry, Nemesis. Forget I. Thanks, friend. Anyway. Even I could do a better job. All right,
подколол. Там мужик убежал, надо бы, да, блин, ну. Они еще перемещаются, блин, по миру, пока ты проходишь. Он не тут. Бегаешь как дебил с фонариком.
Shalom.
А, так ты еврей! Ух ты ж.
Scintilla and I were in love. All right. One night a few months ago, when I wasn't allowed out. So once and that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her, and then she looked up and saw me, and she smiled. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth, and so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa, we'd hold hands and talk about all the things, and then one morning I woke up and all I could do was keep my head down and try. All I know is she loved me. She'd never have taken her own life. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if somebody abducted her.
А может этот голос это и есть эта девушка?
My guess? I have no idea where he'd be keeping her. I've never seen the inside of it. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, let me know what you discover.
Ясненько. Ну давайте попробуем разобраться с запертой комнатой. У меня почему-то остался забагованный этот квестец, ну ладно. А все, я уже отсюда вижу, что делать, как бы. Те же экскременты, только пахнут по-разному, да. А, то есть был еще такой способ, типа... Я понял. То есть не обязательно прыгать, не обязательно дверь открывать, там...
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will.
Да я цветок, я не помню, в этой ли жизни я его выдавал. У меня склероз.
Eggshells, yes. No more should you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant sent us to...
Ух ты.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. My marital affairs. I think a better question is, I have quite enough marriage trouble already without having to preferably the way I think it. Fine, this is outrageous.
Но эти динарии нельзя красть. Ну нормально, муж запер и, видимо, поколачивает. Норм.
You again. My name is... You... and I like... Well... Unlikely. I trust you through...
Подождите, здесь же была, по-моему, дыра при прыжке, нет? Ее теперь нет? Ладно.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirpers?
What is it? What business is it? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's... Centilla was always a kind, well, but if anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia Malleoli. You might fare better, though, I suppose. Fine. All right.
Ладненько. Ну, сначала с Ульпием поговорим. Я что-то не помню, где эта жрица находится. Я бы еще пошел все-таки на камин.
Shalom. Really? I was sure. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least, first, the palace. If Navia managed... Oh, the only other place she could be... I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper... Alright, friend.
Так, ладно, идем поговорим с Дули. Только, а где маркер, где Дули? Подождите. Давайте сначала... А, господи, можно ее так найти. Тьфу ты. пойдем попробуем. Угу.
Arvig. Interesting. Yes. What else? That's true. What else?
Еще что-то должно... А, или...
And did you have... I see. Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow.
Ah!
But don't follow too
close.
We can't have people thinking...
Воу! Так, оказывается, она тоже встречала Карен. Нихрена себе. Как все прям... Вот теперь стало интереснее. Окей. Может... Как прям неожиданно. Тетенька, ты меня так далеко повела, просто чтобы показать, что мы локацию прикольную сделали. Так.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp.
Ага.
Do you see it? Somebody waking up. It's just as you described it. Only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H.
Харон. Карен Харон.
Charon. Who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of...
И она у меня в карманах только мелочь нашла. Ну понятно, да. Но я говорил, что трупачи. Да, да, да. Я же говорил, что мы в мире умерших. Я ж почти зачитал. Просто Карен Харон как-то не это.
I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm afraid so.
Ну я же говорил, что мы типа в подземном мире. Я угадал. Хотя можно было раньше угадать.
It seems none of them is. It also tells us that the golden rule is the work of Pluto. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look. That was my first thought too. But it was also possible for the living. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting each of them is slightly different. But they always involved the... It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin. That's why it was once our custom. Of course, an obol was a kind of... The only difference is that they spelled it with a cap. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets describe. You say you saw a young woman, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal, but whatever form this stranger took, they were, I suspect, the only... Good question. Let's see. But that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. So, maybe there's something special about... No. I mean, I had my suspicion. Now that we know, we don't have much to go on, except Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with... So it seems you have two options. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a First, Proserpina. It's said, the god of the underworld abducted and dragged. It is. If the stories are true, I imagine she's... The problem is, how do we... Leaving that aside for a moment, there is all... Truly? And you... Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you... Fascinating. Perhaps, if she has indeed been abducted, tell me, has she told... Oh, I see. It's a reasonable question, but the and even if you could build a ladder... All Romans try to avoid saying it. You may refer to him as... Shh! That option would be the boldest, but as I said, Hercules managed to overpower... I'll admit, you do seem different. So, if you want to confront... Who knows? Perhaps... But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for... The problem is, the door has been... I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, if you could recover and It's the towering stone monument with... You'll find them all over Rome. But of course, however, this one is unusual in that each of the... That means you'll need to recover... Good question. To one, it would have had the god's name engraved, and there's only one group of people I know of. There's a cult in Rome that they've been known to start fires. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine. I don't know. But perhaps you should be... Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about... I'm afraid you're on your own with... All right.
Интересный поворот сюжета. Сначала поговорю с Ливией. Блин, ну это, конечно, неожиданно. Про Харона прям... Нет, ну читалось, на самом деле было типа... Это хорошо спрятано на виду, в общем. Добротно, добротно сделано. Плыви против течения. Не, ну круто, блин. Очень достойно прям. Ну, проплыви против течения, я примерно догадываюсь, что, значит, где-то там должен быть вход. Я имею в виду где-то, где водичка идет наоборот. По крайней мере, это выглядит логично. Блин, не, ну, добротная игра прям. Мое увлажнение.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Cynthia.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch just as the ocean, but it does.
From what I hear,
say it.
Anyway, I thought you said
Then it is.
to worry about things you
I
can't
thought I saw. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again.
Все, она заговорила
Till I wasn't
нормально.
sure
Починили
I was
тетеньку.
deceiving. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. He gives such an uncanny description of this place.
Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I will do. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by the wide, thorny waste is as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. There the bloodless shadows wander without. Others follow their trade. I hope I have done it justice. And now we share a secret. It's as if you've lived.
Так, окей. Давайте начнем с римской скрижали. А где что у нас еще осталось из... Давайте сначала с цистерны начнем. Только почему-то нам не показывают, куда, чё, как.
Wow, isn't that a big long bow?
And I haven't slept right in 3
Back
weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
Not for a few weeks
From
now.
what I hear, nobody saw it
I
coming.
remember because
Anyway,
they kept
I thought
looking.
you Stoics
The
weren't
one
supposed to
word
worry
I
about
kept
things you
hearing
can't
was
control.
van.
Yeah, but I keep
All
thinking,
right.
what if there is something I can
Ладно,
do?
мерзкая баба как-то
What if
помогла.
she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I love your clothes.
Это ты о чем, какие-то там? Давайте вот так вот.
So exotic.
Георгий не очень близко. Так я все варианты реплик с ней пробовала, и она такая: ой, все, короче. Я разве что, по-моему, не пробовал реплику, где я говорю, что знаешь, ты мерзкая тетка. Только не уверен, что это рабочая тема, но как бы могу допустить.
That lamp. Hello again, my Sartorian. And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, they do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the name? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgios the Roman. But my point is this. If you want to know, the plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than... he cannot help it. Like a typical Roman.
Так,
he likes
Дуле.
things.
Все пути
And
ведут к
besides,
Дуле.
It makes him happy. So I say, I knew this day would come. Please, let us leave. Very well. But the magistrate, for several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to... Each day, I leave offerings of food, in the hope that we may have a bountiful... The offering it is, so I ask. Stranger still. Once I sat in... Nothing! Nobody entered. When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to... It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head toward... I do not, but you do...
Так, куда бы нам отправиться сначала? Давайте в храм Диметры. Окей. Потому что она любит грубых. Может быть, может быть. Но клубок-то распутывается потихонечку. Мы вроде как бы в храме Диметры. И... Понятно. В любой непонятной ситуации достаем лук. Так, подлагивает, видимо, сюжет грузится. допустим. Это... Чё? Ладно. Вот мы и нашли мужика.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome.
Так.
It's a sincere... Tell me. Ah, Kabash. I will tell you everything I know. But first, a request. The one thing I long for above all else, let us find out with this simple question. Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few... Now, will you join? Wonderful. Then let me... Would you say you know the difference between... You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. That's probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally...
Это я чувствую, какой-то известный из философа, кажется.
Surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
Блин, ну сложный вопрос. Ну, я не думаю.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? So if a man feels that stoning to death is I agree, but what? I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. Empathy, the emotion. Let me ask you, knowing there will be no... Of course, our empathy, can such a beguiling thing be
троллирует меня.
For anything, let alone the perfect... My point is this. I don't think anyone alive... Surely you would agree there are circumstances where exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, and so we must accept our limitations and the sad truth that no humans... In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached.
Вот это, кстати, красивое выражение про асимптоту, мне нравится.
Is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the golden rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case,
Thank you for humoring an old man.
Я тебя потроллил, давно никого не троллил, как бы. Давай, мужик, теперь поговоримся.
You mean, how did I end up living alone? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could. And I was good. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument.
Так.
But lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12... They are one and the same. The Romans called... My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able... I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return... Hey... I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city... I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us, some from malnutrition, others from mad... It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash somewhere... Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine, like so many things in life. As you wish. Ha! If I did... Did we not discuss it at length already? You seek the plug bearing the... It is a cursed object, and I would be happy. I will tell you, but you may find him... Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once in... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own. Built up, thus the shrine of Persephone became the shrine, and when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it, and the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided they gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away
Да,
from the
понятно, что
temple
кто-то известный.
and hid them here. I'm getting to that. You see, it was an even older plaque bearing an Egyptian. We had no idea. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs. We extended the tunnels so far that suddenly it made sense why, you see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts. But it turns out this game has been going on. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow. There are certain things. Take this key. I enjoyed our chat.
Ну ладно. Ну это друзья философа. Повеленные. Ошен? Ты уже загуглила? У него 11 друзей, окей. А, Оушен, в смысле. Ну, я думал, вдруг действительно там это. Хотя, с учетом 12 друзей, тут как бы Иисус хочется вспомнить, но... Да я понял отсылку, да. Блин, звуки так, блин, подраздражают. А я понимаю, эти... Кто там рычит-то? Хватит рычать. Ну, 70 стрел достаточно, я думаю, чтобы все это дело пройти и перестрелять. Сохранение. Угу.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Trousers. To what end? That is welcome news. I was planning to return it myself. Here, take it. Now, as for... Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosity. You may not. Because it speaks it. I will tell you. Indeed, and I see what has become of it. I have been down here as Egypt declined, and the Greeks had their turn to flourish. Their souls, when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my
Какое
people
богохульство
long before
интересное.
as if that desecration was not enough. They built... My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate. I am glad to hear it. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize. It would imply the gods of Egypt, and that my people did to them. I sense a deception. You will never. This work of sacrilege must... You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths. We...
Вот ж ты, козлина вонючая, а. Вот ж ты... Мы же египтяне-то отличаемся, и вот как бы... Шумеры, ну понятно, это было очевидно. Мы же египтяне, не эти, как бы... Не римляне, не греки, как бы... Мы же не могли спиздить. Ну, конечно, не могли, да, родной. Ладно, чью историю мы еще как бы обругаем и скажем, что она неправильная. А? Окей. Я-то думал, что это наоборот, надо встать на нее, чтобы она что-то открыла, а она как бы... Она тушит, назовем это так. Ну ладно, что сказать. Да не, на нее просто не надо было наступать, типа, ловушка для идиота. Идиот наступил.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that
Ой,
was not a
господи.
prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against. You have undermined and dishonored. Very well, I will listen. But why should I let you live? That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names? Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives, so that we prepared to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scale. And yet, I arrive here to find the book. Did our priests steal and embellish this? I am not sure. Now you insult me and you have... Good. I welcome it. You see, I can only...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ладно, дипломатическая победа не получилась. Давайте... Ладно, я не ту реплику выбрал. Но я... Умирать в этой игре я уже привык, в принципе.
With that, you... I disagree. You have... Very wide... Why? To what? But why? Blasphemous fool! You... I can...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Не ту игру, да, не ту. Я не хочу врать. Игра говорит, напизди ему с 3 короба. Я не хочу врать. Ладно, нет, давайте продолжим косить под Синеку. Ладно. Не хочу врать. Не хочу.
Very wide. Then you admit it. Many of my... We prepared, and yet I did our... I am... Perhaps... You very well. I will let you live. I will remain here for a while.
Лол. Ладно, окей. Это было быстро. Я надеюсь, спину нас не тыкнет. Какие бичевые прям тут все. Золотое правило, конечно, говно какое-то, если честно. А тут есть какой-то короткий выход или только длинные выходы? Кажется, есть короткий выход. Найс. Или нет, это тот, которым я выходил, кажется. Да и хрен бы с ним. Может, с философом еще поговорим.
Good to see you again. I enjoyed our chat.
Не было почему-то диалогов по поводу поиски увенчались, не увенчались. Ну ладно. Ну, слушайте, 2 скрижали быстро добыли, как бы, неожиданно. Хорошо, добротно получилось. Если бы еще было бы какое-то быстрое перемещение, чтобы не это... Не мучиться. Ладно, мы достали 2 скрижали. Давайте... Ладно, давайте начнем с римской скрижали. ВБС стандартные 4000. Я их не трогаю особо.
No idea what. I think I have seen that plaque.
Чего врешь?
Careful these days. Oh.
Salve.
You didn't. See you.
Я говорю, мне надо быть осторожно, я сразу соврал, как бы. А кто, подождите. Я что-то не понял. Так, он сказал, где находится. Блин. Подождите. Там должен ответить, какой ревматизм. Да. За театром. За театром. А театр у нас с какой стороны был? Слева или справа? А, он вообще идет в ту сторону, видимо. Так, вот у нас театр. Так?
That land. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Так. А за театром, в смысле, как бы, с другой стороны. Типа здесь где-то? Или нет? Подождите. За театром. Что в дневник ты не записал, если ты ёлы-палы? На, подождите, я поспешил сейчас. Решу самым простым методом тыка, пересмотрю вот на ютубе свой же. Так. Ща. Значит, что он там нам говорит? Давай. Я не знаю, да. Врушка. Твоя правда. В пещеры за театром. 2 раза направо. Все. Я же в другой, да, все. Так, еще. Так, мы идем. Раз направо. А, это еще, кстати, ситуация с сундуком. Как мне проскользнуть мимо нее? Ладно. Как все сложно. Там сундук с кучей сокровищ, ну да пофиг. Не понимаю. Так, еще раз. Иди в пещеры за театром. Так, театр. Вот спуск. Перетаскивать кого можно? Тетеньку? Там никаких клавиш нету. Вот это единственное, что напоминает пещеру. Ну ладно. На никакие клавиши не реагируют.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla.
А, это, кстати, то, что я не мог раньше сделать. Это не дощечка нужная нам? Да, вроде нет. Так, ладно, римскую скрижаль нашли. Кое-как справились с этой непростой задачей. Так, теперь нам нужна греческая скрижаль. Надо узнать у Дули, как ее добыть. Все хорошо. Ну, ключ, в общем, по итогу можно было и без ключа ее достать, только с помощью забираний на это. Ай, хрен с ней. Достал и достал, как бы. Какие проблемы? Сейчас выйдем Богу раз на раз объясним, что он не очень.
Do you like it? But well, hilarious already. Like, yeah. Bye bye. Hello. Bye bye.
Есть еще такой вариант. А я не могу просто ключ где-то забрать, я не знаю. Ладно, мне надо, видимо, пойти и поговорить, может, с магистратом нынешним.
Certain. May for.
Citizen.
You've...
Thank you.
Ой, господи. Мне надо вытащить, короче, блин, ладно. Надо как-то этого дурачка Дули вытащить.
Are they?
Подождите, а где вход в цистерну?
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about it? So, one day, said he anyway, so I and hunched up a crew. Well, Whoa.
Так, давайте посейвимся. Пойдем бурлить. Лунная... Это что-то знакомое. Что-то в этой игре было про лунную подвеску и дай мне силу и призму. Так, ага. Слушай, я видел эту дырку где-то, окей. Ясно. Ай, запрыгивай. Ну, блин, 700 динариев, конечно, круто, но Хотелось что-то полезное. Окей. И что теперь делать? Вот эта фигня вроде не ломается. Блин. Ребята, ваши идеи. Так. Я что-то как-то пока не очень понимаю. Каких-то пароходов не видно. Доп. Механик для этого не видно. И отсюда мы пришли. Так. А, все понятно. Изобретательный способ попасть в верхнюю цистерну. Так, а как мне туда? По краюшку? А, нет, от края до края, в принципе, с грехом пополам прыгается. Окей. Нифига себе.
Who are you? Do you know you're here? I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I thought he wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his... Sentius, my adopted father. Furies helped me. I don't know. He said the... Behind me. The only problem is it's barred by... I'm going to take that key. I'm done caring about the golden rule. There won't be enough time. There's no time.
Блин, ну чатик, что будем делать? Ой. Ну, спойлерить, конечно, не надо, но действительно интересна разница. Вот. Зубами сетар. Ну там, по-моему, автосейв был.
Oh, thank you. Now follow... Wait. Did you hear that? You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Конечно, я немножко не ожидал, что он такое мудло.
So that is how it's going to be. It's a shame, really. You'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft... Come now. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little... He was a moralistic fellow. Never what... And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day. Many I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank... The next time I awoke, you showed up. But you've caught up to where he was. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my... Just the 3? Not many. But in any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on it. Better to end it all. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attacked, and as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you... Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Ух, как миленько.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Я не понял. Так.
Hi there. Give me a bit. Well, here I am. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is... It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her cap. It said the attack caused golden statues to come along. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla. What? You're saying... I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place. This is... So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I guess you saved my life then. As well. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Вау! А где Эл? Ну, ладно.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead.
В принципе, похоже на, прости господи, хэппи-энд. Хорош.
You're back, but you're alone. Ah, what a relief. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Ah, I see.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Carol, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here.
Ну, это я и так угадал.
My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
Так.
Usually, when people do not remember, most souls would rather not. Ask yourself honestly.
Да,
As
хочу.
you wish. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics. Unfortunately, as a nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out, you both fought bravely. There was nothing. He died instantly at the scene. That man's name was Al.
Понятно.
You were each in possession of a sacred coin called K. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin. Well, those stories contained a long time ago. My master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died, that is a question you would have to ask him. If that were so, I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look. I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Cynthia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand. This sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you...
Ух ты. Концовка 2 из 4. Сколько могли бы спастись, если вы бросили вызов богу подземного мира? Ага. Не, ну понятно, что надо играть дальше, но я к тому, что типа не самая говёная эта концовка-то на самом деле. Если чё. Я думал, будет хуже. А так, по итогу, концовочка как бы такая, типа, что... ок. Ну как ок? Я имею в виду, что... Жоп свою спасли, Эл спасли, какие-то тайны узнали, как бы... Не самое, кстати, это... Не самая плохая концовка. Меня удивляет, что игрулька еще и копейки стоит, если честно. То есть, я, конечно, еще поиграю, но я имею в виду, что... Как это выразиться-то? Сейчас скажу, сколько она стоила, чтобы не соврать. $539. Слушайте, ну как бы... Эмоции-то отбивает за свои деньги вполне по себе. Прям мне понравилось. Прям хорошо, прям хорошо. Ну, она лагает немножко на самом деле, но в целом я прям... Мне прям понравилось. Очень достойно. Даже нет желания ее ретернуть, если бы я ее побыстрее играл бы. Вот. Так что прям хорошо. Я бы на другие концовки хочу еще поиграть. Вот. Но уже не сегодня, понятное дело. Надо теперь решить, что завтра запустить. Парашу или ультра парашу. Я же накупил 3 индюшатины, это первое. А получил я 19 ачивок из 40. То есть там еще играть и играть. А еще, оказывается, я маловато раз перемещался через это. Угу. Я на Good Game изменил название. Называется The Forgotten City. Извините, я там отчихался немножко. Ну, у меня, говорю, у меня 2 игры уже куплены, установлены, еще дополнительных. А я вот завтра, видимо, буду думать, какую выбрать. Есть тут разные вариантики. Но... Да я могу, наверное, и сказать, что за игры. Ну вот. Обе, в общем, довольно известные. Сейчас еще отчихаюсь. Значит, Idle Manager и Eldest Souls. Я, наверное, завтра в качестве развлечения... Мне же что-то немножко попроще, чем вот это вот. В смысле, что-то менее глубокое. Завтра, думаю, будет Idle Manager. В среду придется поиграть в ББ. И в четверг тогда будет этот... Соусы. Но игра все равно отличная. Прям... Отличная игра. Очень самобытненько. Очень неплохо. Если не поленюсь, может, еще пойду, напишу рекомендацию в Стиме. Вот. Очень хорошо. Хочу глянуть только, где автосейв был, в общем-то говоря, последний. Это я не записываю, но ради интереса хочу глянуть. Да хватит ныть-то, а.
You. Then I don't know. Behind the I'm there won't. What? I hate you.
То есть, грубо говоря, надо пойти, договориться по поводу... Угу. Только надо как-то выбраться отсюда. Там по 80 часов бахали? Ты в смысле имеешь в виду что? Полное либо о чем? В общем, я понимаю, для полной концовки надо пойти еще избрать галереи этим.
So you survived the system.
Greetings and salutations.
Еще надо будет, видимо, попроходить. То есть тетеньку можно послать и не мучиться. Не бояться ничего.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
Ну, как бы очевидно, я думаю, что если ты спасаешь, типа...
I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but...
То есть, если ты спасаешь всех, то ты и тетеньку тоже, естественно,
What if there
спасаешь.
is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Now, I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but from what I hear, Malleolus says, and maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom. And how could you know that? Because Sentius person glad
Не понимаю, как с ним договориться?
Salve, now.
Надо, короче, заставить того, да, нужно Маллеола снять, это правда. Только где найти доказательства, что он как бы падла, не очень понятно. Ну, в смысле, понятно, что он этот как бы тыр-тыр-тыр.
Me? You know, Al. Calm down. You see, but he was a moralist, and because and when the next, I mean, and yet because there's no so. Why? And what? You might want to think that the only way, you see, that means. Understand? I certainly hope not. What are you going now? Get out.
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortune.
Угу, прикольно. То есть это задание таким образом закончено. Ясно. Понять бы еще теперь, как выборы провернуть в нужную сторону и всех спасти. Вот оно что, Михалыч.
Why? Perhaps you're not as... You know, some time ago, when he still cared... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name, I confronted him about it. I let it go, but...
Ага!
To withdraw. Listen, you must think me quite mad. Demetrius! Do I need to...
То есть я не... Надо было сказать, что женщины не так поступают, да? Блин, а где это... Мне что, надо нарушить правила и перенестись опять во времени? Где там было авто? Блин, оно так далеко, ёпарный театр. Ты посмотри просто, как далеко-то, офигеть. О, господи, говнина. Ну там бежать еще надо, вот это вот все.
Behind me. I'm. There was. What? I hate.
Ну ясно. Не хватает тут иногда как-то быстрых перемещений или что-то подобного. Сложная схема, значит, с одним договорись, со вторым договорись. Игра престолов на минималках. Не в ту сторону, в обратную. Или где там был выход? Немножко муторное перемещение здесь сделано. Ничего не сказать.
So you survived the system.
Are they? Me? You know, come, but and because the next act for and you might the only you see that mean now
просто поугрожать козлу лишний раз.
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of...
Игра отличная. Скажем так, после ББ и всего остального приятное разнообразие. Я только что сохранился. Хочу... Не могу оторваться, хочу домучить, как бы.
You know, sometimes now I let it go, but oh, aren't you charming? It seems our interests are a lot. But first, I want you to bring. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be. So, thank you. Now. What? Give me that immediately. What? I could get out.
Да, и проклинаешь мне чё. Ща мы тебе наваляем.
You again? Why? I... So much work. Fine. Ruling. I'll have to admit you. There. You got what you wanted.
Nice. Демократия в действии. Как бы, демократия в ударе. Очередная победа. Ну что взять с женщин, как бы. Одна алкоголичка отдает все профиты за это. Другой вот дочь там пытает.
Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right through.
Ну сейчас мы демократию-то и сделаем. Полную демократию. Демократизируем каждого в этой деревне. Мне продолжать позавтракать хочется, но потерплю немножко. Сначала демократия, а потом все остальное.
Try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Salve again, no. I've bounced the idea, but maybe that's not such a bad. And how could you? But because glad. But and how could you?
Блин, я не понимаю, почему нет реплики.
Glad. All right.
Чё, какие выборы? Стоп-машины. Или это завтра придется выбирать этого? О, господи. Видимо, да. Видимо, надо подождать, пока объявит, что выиграл этот пёс, а потом идти договариваться. Выборы в сентябре, да. Тяжело демократизировать. Не хотят демократизироваться. Сложно, сложно.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of
Да,
voters
да,
gathered
да,
here
да, да,
to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots, and candidates will abstain.
Да ладно, я думаю, можно и обратно его отговорить, как бы, какая
As I
проблема.
say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Ты вообще видишь, что скрипт слово?
Malleolus.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Sentius.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus
И он
Malleolus
отказывается
Gurges.
теперь.
Hail Magistrate Malleolus. I said, Hail Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve.
Что за фигня?
No more shall you walk
Да,
on
походу реально
eggshells,
скрипт поломан.
fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden.
Походу просто
For my
поломан
first
скрипт.
act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration.
Забавно,
at the
конечно.
end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
Я бы сказал, движок перехитрил Ситар, движок.
This is madness.
His sentence to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against
Ну просто увидимся, ладно, как мне надо, видимо, с нуля перепроходить, не знаю.
entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man. It's real!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
They're turning us to gold.
Everybody run!
Ну это вообще забагованный скрипт. То есть он же он сказал, что я отказываюсь, я не участвую. Тут как бы такое.
Salve, friend. Mind? All right. Up now. I've bounced it, but... And how could you know? You overheard him? Well, in that case, if you can do... All right.
Oh!
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course not. Look, of course. Ha! What? So... Fine, I'll have... There.
As you wish, sir.
Да, понял, что надо подождать.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Ну, господи. Так душно сделано, конечно.
From today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. A new fed. See you again.
I saw you slide down that rope before, and there I was. Anyway. What? Oh. In the rock. If you can. He did? Oh, I'll let Equitia know. All right.
Ну, как бы вопрос решается. Хочу поговорить с той сучковатой теткой, использовать ту единственную реплику, которую я не использовал. Где и сразу говорю, что да ты, сука, я знаю тебя. Да, я не с той стороны забежал. А в чем смысл такого нарушения? Я немножко не выхватываю. Смысл так нарушать?
you're here. And, there's a light. How dare...
А, типа, понятно. Только у меня есть дурная мысль сначала. Я ж могу открыть одну концовку. Сразу.
On your best behavior, I trust.
У меня появилась мысль, как можно открыть одну концовку сразу.
Don't be so foolish. If you can, you see that me. Now get up.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Да, это сразу вызывает временной парадокс.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, funny you should. I was just reading an old. It described an event about two and murdered. It said that the voice of a furious, apparently. Let me see that. God, why? I've spent a lot.
Я понял. Насчет глаз солдат я понял.
So you're saying? I guess all those old Latin and propic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Понятно. В общем, так открывается первое это. Быстро, слушайте, прям, да, окей. Ну, это было очевидненько. Подождите. Я, допустим, понимаю, что четвертая концовка — это когда ты спасаешь всех. А какая тогда третья концовка? Немножко не понимаю. Чё, я не попал?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Воу. Хоть увижу, как он откидывает кони.
Salve. Well, sounds serious. I'm listening. Poor Virgil. All right, let me see. Yulia. What? I'll go.
А, реально все делает, лол. Слушайте, прикольно. Так не, а я говорил с чуваком с обрыва. Если простят его долги, то он не будет выпиливаться. Так что чувак с обрыва по дефолту как бы это... Ну туда-сюда, короче. Я 3 скрижали нашел, мне осталось только 4-ю добыть и выиграть выборы. То есть, мне как бы надо что-то делать для того, чтобы выиграть выборы, как бы.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Мне надо ждать, пока мужик сам сбегает и все это проговорит? Я правильно понимаю, или как?
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrates, what is it, citizen?
Да, я знаю, про дули я знаю. Я просто жду. А где где Гораций-то? Что он там бегает так долго, пока всех спасает? Мне чтобы делать скрипт, чтобы она автоматически всех спасала. Что это за звуки? А! Это в смысле первого мужика кого-то убила, да? Или как?
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius.
I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after.
А он выиграет выборы без дополнительных вмешательств?
You're a good man, and I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone.
Офигеть, конечно. Не, конечно, прикольно сделано. Так, давайте посмотрим.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Ничего себе. Да, слушайте, реально все делает? Ну да, я ему говорю все ЦУ, и он идет их выполнять вместо меня, короче. Очень удобно. Слушайте.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Iulia from your debts.
И в этот раз Ульпи не на обрыве, а тут.
Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
Ни хрена там мистер Пропер, конечно, бегает. Как реактивный просто.
Citizen.
Так, еще теперь мистер Пропер.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait, why do you look so happy?
We're free.
Welcome.
Malleolus just released us and we...
Так, и что мы ждем-то теперь, мистер Пропер? Все счастливы, всех спасли, все довольны. Что теперь-то? Мистер Пропер, видимо, губернатор Петербурга. Давно пора.
Just rest up, get your strength back. And celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, LPS.
Hmm.
But I will.
A golden bow.
По-моему, у всех.
Apollo and Diana's.
Еще я не могу подойти.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
А, сейчас еще должны сняться с выборов. Мы типа ждем, понятно. Как все сложно-то, блин. Я понимаю, что разумно ждать, пока все это пройдет ножками. Это реалистично. Но это так долго. Так долго прям. Агент номер 47, конечно, неплох, но, блин, ну можно было не растягивать это удовольствие так длинно. Не, ну Лысого хорошо погоняли, без вопросов.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election.
Так.
Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible? You're a bit Sisyphus. Sisyphus? Tantal? Oh, anyway, I don't... So, oh, now, I'm going... Oh, and...
Так, теперь вопрос, а что от меня требуется?
I saw you slide... And... Oh, anyway... What? Thank you, friend. But in the rock tunnel, if you can... All right.
It must be complete. It'll be between Why do you... As I said, I'm... Very well.
Да я-то понял. Сейчас давайте устроим выборы. Ну... Будет этот... День рождения игры. Но пока о нем вообще ничего не известно. Побежали, давай, давай, тетка, беги, блин. Я 20 минут жду, пока вы все соберетесь на выборы. Давайте Путина нашего выбирать Лысого. Погнали. Мистер Пропер со всеми подружился, всем помог, просто вау. Давай, гей-оргии, беги. Жрать хочу, блин, а вы тут сопли жуете. А я даже не завтракал, блин. Выборы, выборы, кандидаты Молодцы. Ну, один-то точно молодец, другой, конечно, точно то самое. Вспоминаешь Шнура.
Withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism.
4, да, все, выиграли.
Citizens, you have made
Easy,
your
easy.
decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
Сосать!
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted.
Изейшая просто, изейшая, пацаны. Изейшая демократия, как бы.
You down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
И изейшая победа демократии, как бы. Изи выиграл катку вообще. Даже не почувствовал. Давай, Гораций. А, сосать, да. Я бы действительно... Слушай, хочется зайти и сказать ему, ха, сосать, да.
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius.
Да, таблицу мою отдай, скрижаль-то.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest.
Изи, либератор, ачивочка.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You can have my... And maybe you can... My friend... But... With, he gave me a... Please help. Oh, thank... I hope you find it. Oh, maybe it is treasure. I can see it from myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open.
А зачем в портал-то бежать, если можно идти и тыкать в обелиск?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
А чё с Дули было, я не понял. Подождите. А раз объясните мне, а чё Дули вытворил? Я, видимо, как-то продуплил момент, а чё с ним было-то? О, господи, чё, реально? Первую попавшуюся блестяшку, ну, что сказать, молодец. Идиот, конечно. Ой. И чё, теперь не надо никого спасать? Можно просто пойти и как? А, снова надо отправить лысого всех спасать. Господи, Иисус, лысый. Лысый, давай.
Salvik. Well, you live. Poor bro. All right, let me. What? I'll go.
Надо, вопрос такой, а мне надо ждать, пока он всех спасет, или уже пофиг? Типа, на что-то это влияет? Если я хочу потроллить деда. Подожди, я хочу деда подъебать.
I thought I told you to get out of...
А, все, он все помнит, поэтому сразу говорит. Типа.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Ладно. Хватит ворчать, мистер Геморрой.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Ужас какой. Подожди, где там? На всякий пожарный. Красиво. Ага. Так это чья была скрижаль? Ага. Это типа греческая, это египетская, это шумерская, а это... Отлично. Римлян. Ну, типа, блин, Плутон, давай. Окей. Статуи подсказки будут? Аид, владыка масс, прими меня. А, тут надо, наверное, еще от вида выбирать, что ли? Я только сейчас догнал. Я наугад выбрал правильно. Вау. Чё это? Вау. Вау! 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 Вот это...
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered,
так они все-таки пришельцы.
Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks.
А что у тебя уши такие большие?
But the one constant through it all has been my title. God of the underworld. And I've been watching you with
ну ты ж в космосе, это не под землей.
Ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly that there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk. I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensible. But despite all that, my kin and I all adopted this. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords desire. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone. This is like me. She has been known by many names. Eresh Kigal to the Sumerians.
Ух ты.
Isis to the Egyptians.
Да чё такая, как
Perhaps
кукла?
you might know her as the goddess. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river Kumutubal to the Sumerians.
Прикольно.
Souls between the mortal world. For that, she earned herself the infamous. If you will talk more later, as you will. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld. That is a long story. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elite. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates. You all but destroyed yourselves. Yet Persephone saw raw potential in you. Persuaded the... So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture. For a time, you flourished. But soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread, we had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion. And soon you, my kin, had seen enough and gave up on your kind. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home. But my Persephone could not bear to abandon your kind. She made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality, and so she began her inescapable. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation, and then I pleaded with Persephone's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed if even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Persephone and all of human, my part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year so that I might take her with me to Elysium. And here I am, after all this time. There were also gods who, like me, our leader Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, June, and of course, my beloved. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths to cleanse them of the sin. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior city. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors. To ensure the wage was fair, it was important that to this end I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into... Later, when they spread to Greece, they would... Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they hadn't. In fact, almost all of the tokens are... Your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to us. It is a regrettable story. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition, but the erasure did not take completely. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the
Эпоса Гильгамеша.
Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less.
Финальная концовка шклёвая.
Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved a warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus. They each told embellished tales of this place. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome. Of course. That is merely the name your people That is a story dating back to the very first. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Their hair woven in elaborate fashion, draped herself in jewelry. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman, she prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her, while the others indulged. She checked that nobody was watching, but I was watching. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, and I left her to stand there. But that was not enough for the entire city, so I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, and to this day, each of them, and all who came after, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may... I give your kind a... And when you disobey, and you always disobey, and so you ask, if you destroy yourselves. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics, The golden bow originally belonged to one of my... As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious and tasked them with hunting down the forsaken. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality, no attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12th. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you... The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with, yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it.
Блин, ничего себе.
Enough. You
Подъебал.
I'm able to commune with all of the staff. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but... Then what an odd... Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalized? I've seen no... Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. Therefore, it cannot be said. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret them. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken. You speak of the money, and he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for... Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. Is it? I see. And how long might... I fail to see how your system of loans is significant. Supposing you're right. Now tell me.
Короче, троллить ее бессмысленно.
The midwife in the palace, yes. The rule is do unto others. They are forsaken. Now tell me. Abduction. You mean the man? He did so because she sought to escape. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutish. Now tell me, do you honestly... I should strike you... Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very good. Only, it has long been within my power to see it. When I peer into you, I see only a blank slate. As if you... Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I...
How did you come to be in this?
We cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine... Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems. Why have you come? If you anger me or waste my time with you, so tell me.
Ой, блин, а любят ли его прозерпины или нет?
How so? And be specific. You. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. His cruelty does seem to grow great. Pathetic. That is a very serious... I am well aware of the story told by the... It is entirely unfair. Mine... It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew accordingly. These people were all dead when I... Then you still have the option to end your... Accordingly. Every one of those people was guilty of failing to... They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. Ah, but I'm a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect... Let me ask you this. Do you treat Do you ensure they have food? Of course not. My love for her does not mean I'm... Bah! For a moment,
She cannot know.
Huh. I see what you are doing. You...
Блин, ну она ж просит не говорить. Господи. Ладно.
You... How dare you?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Блин. Надо разбить клетку, забрать корону, а дальше-то что? Убежать просто? Бля, опять весь разговор. А, господи. Духота-то какая.
Allow me. No. And what is the fur? Good. Oh, it is when I carry on. Where did...
If that... She cannot know.
I... Tread in... How...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Да ну блин, лол. Тяжело. Ну, Господи. Чё за духота? Дайте просто убежать, как бы. Опять этого шизоида слушать. Нам бы щит какой. Да, Ситар, только что-то как не знаю.
No, go. Go. I tread enough. Why have you?
Блин. Да может есть какой-то хинт, который я не понимаю про то, как надо убегать. Вот. Санчес не тупой, как говорится.
How dare you?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Где корон-то, лол? Подожди, я подобрал корону? Не подобрал. Или подобрал? Да ну, блядь, что это такое? Ну какой щит, куда ты его на спину прилепишь? Что за бред, ребят? Какой щит? О, господи, давай, мразь, открывай. Не знаю, уж реально есть какой-то секрет, который я просто не понимаю. Все, давай, задолбал.
Enough. What? You will. How?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Когда я слышу звук, надо просто дергаться в бок. Блин, а как спуститься отсюда можно? Или опять... Блин, ладно. Беги, Форест, беги. Ой, господи. Я уж так далеко забежал, что уже сохранится, наверное. Господи, ненавижу такие вещи. О! Да, сука! Добежал! На! Ух!
Salve. You? All right, let me. I'll go.
Да я понял, что отправлять мистера Пропера, господи. Такая духота просто. В общем, чтобы пройти, надо по-любому много раз помереть. Вот. Я и сам сохраню дополнительно.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce my... No, but the one... And I've been... And what is... But they will... First. Good. Only... It is... When I peer... Charon. Where did...
If that is...
How did you come to be in this time, mortal?
We cannot know.
I... Tread like... In... Why... Ha 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 ha. If you and... So, tell me. That is a... It is in... It wasn't accordingly. These... Then... Every... They... Let's do... Of course. Where to be... In which... It would be... Because that... My kin have... Make your point. Let me... If you're right, then it would... How can I accept your argument, when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
Неплохо.
Your hubris, you will make a fun.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Я не понимаю, где, бля, эта ебаная корона, извините. Блять, она не берется, я не вижу ее. Где она? Ну, типа, серьезно, как бы. Ее нет в инвентаре. Где ее брать, блять? Блять, ебанутая хуйня. Она не подбирается в этой хуйне. Блять, ну ты видел, что я ее 5 раз ебаный в рот провел, и она всего на секунду была, блять, в подборе. Ты ее подобрал, блять. Блять, долбоебска. Пиздец.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ну, блядь, где эта хуйня ебаная, блядь? Извините, пожалуйста. Блядь, пиздец. Блять, я просто рандомно кликал и пиздец. Охуенно сделали, блядь. Ой, бля, пиздец. Да ёбаные двери, блядь. Вообще спрыгнуть теоретически можно было в лужу отсюда. Ой, бля, пиздец. Ой, нахуй идите, блядь. Блядь, ебанутая хуйня. Ничего, блядь, по-человечески сделать не могут. Сука. Как же это раздражает, блядь, кто бы знал. Да, блядь, даже не концовка подкачала, сука, ёбаная богованная корона. Богованная корона бесит. Тебе надо ползать, блядь, как не знаю кто, и как бы, блядь, раздражает. Ой, блядь, да все, иди нахуй.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Да, она с другой точки прыгал, я не помню. Видимо, с другой. Мне казалось, уже с этой прыгал. Ладно, похер. Ой, блядь, это затемнение ебанутое, блядь, пока оно... Ой, идиот, пиздец. И чё, бля... Ой, ёб твою мать, как долбоёбски сделал. Почему, блядь, спуск не работает в этой хуйне? Пожалуйста. Господи. Как засрали впечатление от игры под конец. Бля, оно не работает. Блять, нахуй вы развешивали, если оно не работает, блять. Блять, как через жопу сделано. Просто слов нет. А здесь работает. Логика непонятна. Ну и лысый давай.
Oh. You? All right, let me... I'll...
Oh! Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Я уже ничего не ненавидеть всех людей, которые здесь присутствуют в игре. Задание раздал.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Я бы этого бога уже убить хочу. Ну, понятное дело, что не бог, но ты понял, о чем я. Я не знаю, зачем корона нужна была. Тетка сказала, убей меня, забери корону. Она не объясняла подробностей. Она просто намекнула, что, видимо, эти вещи как-то друг с другом связаны. Хочешь спасти мир, давай там это, как бы. Интерстеллар мне в задницу.
And here, allow me to go at the one, and what is that they will first. I would recognize that anywhere, and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it? You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it. You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Persephone was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form of her. know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well.
Я не знаю, неужели за 3000 лет, за 3000 лет не нашлось ни одной партии дурачков, которые год могли не нарушать закон? Или теперь, что мешает вернуться и сказать, что я встретил бога подземного мира, давайте 1 год не грешите, мы все попадем в супер рай. Не вот в этот вот унылый римский рай, а в супер рай.
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you, what will become of you is difficult. Now, you had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Ну, год потерпеть-то можно, ну чё там? Неужели год не быть мудаком это какая-то супер-мега вещь? Ну, слушай, какие там правила? Не убивай, не бей, не знаю, там, в общем, всякие простые вещи. Изейший бы справился с этим. Я бы легко справился. Я и так постоянно это делаю.
Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, know who you are. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I'm fairly certain you and I are the first. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying, an oracle appeared and told saving the life of a foiling an assassin, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious, and the doors just, nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out of. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops at what became of him and the other people who lived here, and did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people? What? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water.
Нет, там было, там эти хрени не поступая с другими так, как ты не хотел бы, чтобы поступали с тобой. В общем, по сути.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured.
То есть, грубо говоря, сделать это совершенно спокойно можно было на год. Ну, тяжело представить, что все это время ни одна партия людей не смогла. Ну, блин, не знаю. Не знаю, космическая концовка немного хуйни добавляет, к сожалению, в посыл. Вот.
You're back. Oh, why don't you tell me?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Не знаю.
You can I do not that you died, of course. My most as you unfortunately nearby you both there was he that you were perhaps what that I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this.
Не знаю, что-то как-то...
Here comes Al now.
Мистическая концовка смотрелась реально лучше, чем концовка с космическим кораблем и... Ну, не знаю. Год спустя, ну, типа, давайте. Окей, вот продолжение. Ладненько. Перемудрили, ну, типа, не докрутили, я бы скорее объяснил бы.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. After everything you've been through, so after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people. Sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. Why don't you head on down there?
Oh, hello.
Не понял.
There he is. You're finally here. It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared, even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only for some... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wanted to say thanks. I know. I can't... We're planning to get married next spring. Oh, I used
Ладно,
Karen's
типа
gift to
арки
buy a farm
персонажей
in Umbria.
закончили,
Got a villa on
спасибо.
it too, with enough room. It's hard. Of course, there's a whole...
You're here. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the... I'm just teasing. Actually, Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely... It feels like the world...
Дули еще и с ними, лол, вы серьезно?
We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. See you at the...
Ну, Бек-то, конечно.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Я Дуля.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. I live at Galerius and... Treasure? Oh, I forgot. Bye-bye.
Так, ну ладно, давайте. Но
Hi there.
неудивительно.
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Still, I have to keep challenging the ones who pioneered our paths. Ah, you remembered that. In the words of Epictetus, remind yourself. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, he had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of supposed appeal to people's baser instincts. But his luck finally ran out, and his life... You're not wrong. And you.
Понятно.
Hey.
Ah.
I take it you're the... Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto, she knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. But he's been dealt with. He's... anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast... Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have... He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the eternal torment. You too.
Это та сучковатая баба, которая лежала на кровати при входе в дом.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And of course... Oh, I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Did you know there are entire continents roam, and you can travel almost anywhere in an air... Oh, sorry, you already know all. I have noticed people from your... Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of... As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feel... Thank you. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be even in your time life. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
Ладно, это...
Really?
Ладно, это неплохо. Вот это было хорошо. Про нигерийского принца мне и понравилось. Это хорошо.
If you're ever in London, let me know. You're welcome.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort. If the world knew we died. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank. I'm studying to get into medical school. When it ended, I realized I missed it. You too.
Так, ну ладно, кто у нас там еще остался-то? Я даже не помню. А, тебя тоже вытащили? Профессор Соловей! Извините, я не удержался.
We have. I'm sorry. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now, and it seems I have. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge. Not that I need the money, but my sincere.
Ну ладно, так.
Greetings. You must be the legendary oracle. I am told we have you to thank.
Филипп, ну я думаю, это я просто имя подобрали какое-то.
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this, I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story. You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to.
Вот эта часть прикольно сделана. А закрытие рак персонажей нехорошо сделали.
Thank you. You.
Some soiree, innit?
Ну, это козел. Блин.
Oh, hello at last. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. Whatever you did in that temple made me a... such a... I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in... In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco... Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal... Oh, of course. Of course.
Окей. Про DVD, правда, было бы тоже неплохо.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was short, but thank you. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I just want to spend... And you. Oh, and... Wonderful.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words, and I'm recovering. Ah, you remember that. I'm already up. Men have called me mad. And you.
Так, а где девушка, которую пытал этот, типа, папаша? Это кто у нас? А, Хабаш, господи, психопат.
It is an honor to... You... Oh, of course. You are an honor. I too would like to offer my...
Слушайте, у меня вопрос. А если ты в конце вот пробежал все, что мог, со всеми поговорил, то они тебя будут, типа, видеть? Ну, в смысле, они тебя узнают? Будут другие реплики?
For a time, I returned to Alexandria. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths, and I spent the first 25 years of my life. Indeed. Thank you.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear?
Hi.
After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in
Да,
Umbria.
да, я узнал.
I'm so... You can try... Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a... I understand I have... The way you just... I'm living with Gabriella in our... Every day. So we're living each day, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine. And I... Thank you. You too.
Не как-то поунылее арки заканчиваются.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. For what you did, sorry, I'm no good. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very... haven't decided. Huh. Good to know. You too.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you personally and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He made...
Так Руфус типа был типа гомофобом, а на деле он был геем гомофобом. О, Ай, такой избитый ход вообще прям.
I'm studying to be an architect again. Of course, it's you natives of the... You too, as Rufus.
Ну, типа,
If
блин.
you're ever in the Netherlands.
Окей.
Evening.
То есть из-за того, что он типа троллировал этого, на самом деле он сам был как-то избитый ход абсолютный. Ну, а, кстати, все эти штуки, которые были на локациях. Только в отдельной, типа, как музейные. Не, ну я не осуждаю, понятное дело, но как бы подали забавно.
There you are. Now, there's one more person I wanted...
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle. I wanted to meet you in person. And thank you. I hate to think what would have happened. Indeed. Suffice, I was able to control their tongues. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. I did. I may have given up my immortality. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls with 1,000, so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance, so I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupt. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong it. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him. And there was little I could do but wait. We were all fortunate. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be... And you. Oh, and one last thing. Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever turned
Очень слезливая.
none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas.
Ну, типа, конечно, прикольно, но... Ну да, появилась ачивка канон эндинг. Вот. Ну, не знаю, немножко сопливенько и... Как-то это... Не то, что плохо. Вот космическая байда как концепция прикольная, но подана, ну, очень корявая. То есть я понимаю, что это по сути своей знаменитая концепция, что боги такие же мудаки, как обычные люди. Концепция, конечно, рабочая, как швейцарские часы, но что-то как-то, конечно... Вторая была жизненнее и понятнее, с этим я соглашусь. Получается, третью мы не видели, да, третью не видели. Но я говорю, не могу сказать, что концовка плохая, она просто какая-то такая, немножко... Вот часть перед концовкой не очень, на мой взгляд. То есть вот эта вот вся байда с подземным миром и так далее и тому подобное. Я имею в виду, ну, Аид какой-то, ну, чмоня, короче. Не знаю, он же просто подан, как бы, нет, я понимаю, что концептуально, все так и задумано, что, как бы, Аид, видимо, должен подаваться как чмоня. Но на практике мне что-то это как не особо зашло. Вот. Да, я думаю, запомнит Айчурсин. Я думаю, запомнит. Просто это как бы займет немножечко дольше времени. Вот. Ну, типа, блин, не знаю, вот это вот космический корабль удивил, но когда он начал отвечать на все вопросы и показывать, что он просто обычное мудло, не то чтобы теряется магия, наверное, нет. Ну, просто, ну, уж какой-то совсем такой, типа... Ну, совсем никакой, понимаете, о чем я? Вторая концовка реально выглядит наиболее такой, ну, как бы... Чики-пуки. А то, что и все золотые статуи, и все злодеи наказаны. Знаете, вот хочется какую-то концовку слегка кисло-сладкую. А здесь чистая сладость приторная. И ты такой, типа, ну, неплохо, но вот... Именно что неплохо. Но мне понравилось. Игра... Игра мне очень понравилась. То есть 500 рублев как бы... Стоило абсолютно вообще... без вопросов, вот. Персонажи разве что немножко такие, как бы, не раскрытые, что ли. Но это были хорошие 7 часов. Типа, 7 часов, которые стоили своих денег. Ну, как я понимаю, третья концовка, это когда ты не все квесты выполняешь, или... сражаешься, но не выполняешь квесты каждого персонажа. То есть... Вот это третья концовка. Если я правильно понимаю. Ну, не знаю, не, хорошо. Хорошая игра. То есть можно сбежать всеми через цистерну, да? Понятно. Спасибо. И по сути мы не спасем только богиню. Или как? Кого мы не спасем в третьей концовке? Богиню не спасаем наверняка, да? Не спасаем кого-то из местных жителей, видимо, тех, которые мудачи. Пытаюсь спасти Дули, понятно. Ну, не знаю, вторая концовка мне действительно показалась более такой, не знаю, адекватной, что ли. Я не могу сказать, что четвертая концовка плохая. Но вот часть вот про этого, она немножко дурнявой, кажется. Не знаю, просто вот эти вот космолеты и все остальное, ну, оно какое-то такое. Типа... Мэ. Ну, говорю, кончается очень приторно, как корейская дорама. Вот так я бы сравнил. Ну, хорошо, хорошо. Как бы за свои 7 часов я получил много эмоций. Как бы игре спасибо за это. Ну вот. Ну чё, завтра тогда я, наверное, бахну идол менеджера. Вот так вот. Я так смутно догадываюсь, что завтра будет идол менеджер. Вот так вот. Хотя я еще подумаю немножко. В общем, всем спасибо, кто был. Спасибо за некоторые мини-подсказочки, опять же. То есть завтра будет Idle Manager, а в среду мне надо играть буржуйскую Суперлигу Blood Bowl, так что будет ББ. Сегодня хоть в какой-то веке нормально постримил, не включая сраного VPN, не страдая, и вот это вот все. Так что всем спасибо, всем до завтра, давайте, пока-пока.